can't wait for Diplostrat to digest this one.
I know, it's gonna be...
Good luck, guys. You're not doing this one. I'll tell you now. Just leave it. Just leave it. You know?
We at Diplostrats can never resist a challenge. So here we are, ready to commentate this ridiculous 5D diplomacy game that Valefisk just played. For those who aren't aware what 5D diplomacy is, it's an invention of Oliver Lugg. It is a game where, instead of just having a single board of diplomacy that progresses through time, you are able to jump between boards and create new timelines. I was thinking of doing like an introduction on how to play the game at the start of this, but honestly, I think you should just watch the Valefisk video. He did a pretty decent explanation of how, like, short overview of how this all works at the start of his. In order to commentate this absolute madness, I have with me Ezio, as per usual. Hi, Ezio.
Hello, hello.
Are you ready to get tormented by bad moves in 5 dimensions?
I mean, the good news is I don't understand how any of the other dimensions work, so I won't notice the bad moves, so I'm sure I'll feel much better about this.
Fantastic. And, like, a big thing here as well is myself and Ezio are very experienced diplomacy players, right? But we are not very experienced 5D diplomacy players. Ezio, I think your total game count of 5D diplomacy games is 0? Am I correct on that?
Yep. I have not played a game of 5D diplomacy.
Yeah, and I have played one, the 5D playtest that crashed in 1902, I think. So I haven't done all that much either. We can apply our knowledge to the game, but overall I think we'll be discovering what works and what doesn't at the same time as these guys are. But because we don't really have that much expertise in the variant, we decided to bring on a third person to help us, probably the person with the most expertise on 5D diplomacy it's possible to have. Mystery guest, would you like to introduce yourself?
Come on, don't build me up like that. I'm just going to embarrass myself by not having any knowledge of the game. Hello, I am Oliver Lugg. I think it's fair to say that I created 5D diplomacy with help from various people, including Meme here. And yeah, so I created it, Valefisk played it, and I'm here to hopefully help us understand this game. And also 1,000 internet points to whoever figures out the one Diplostrats video I have previously made a cameo in. So this it's not quite my first time being here, but yeah, it's my first time actually doing the commentary.
I think you've actually sorry. I say commentated. You cameoed in more than one Diplostrats video, although your voice wasn't in some of the other ones. You've definitely made an appearance.
Yeah, my voice was only in one, I think, but yeah. Visuals always.
But yeah, it's fantastic to have you here, and like this is your brainchild, the 5D diplomacy madness. And I believe you also have like a reaction video on your channel to the Valefisk game, right?
Yes, yeah, I do. And yeah, thank you for having me here. It's going to be fun. But yeah, I've got a video on my channel where I watched Valefisk's video live and reacted to it. Most of it is just like indecipherable laughing on my end. I don't know whether there was much that was particularly helpful in terms of additions that I gave there. But yeah, to self-advertise myself, yes, I made the reaction video as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely my reaction to the video as well. It's just hilarious. Honestly, while I was watching the video as well, I had absolutely no idea what was going on most of the boards. I would spot moves here and there and think, oh, that makes sense, that's what's happening here. But across the entire timelines, it was basically impossible to figure out what was going on. And the only reason that we have now managed to figure out what was going on is due to a fantastic team of people over at the Diplostrats server who helped us map out the entirety of the game, partially from the Valefisk video, partially from a separate video that Novelpond sent me after the game, that showed a lot of the boards in a little bit more detail. So everyone who helped out with that, their names should be on screen now, and in later phases they'll also be on the board just showing who mapped out each part. I wanted to give a very special shout out on that one to Virtualina, who basically went over all the work and double checked it for the entire game, and it's hard to say how many boards that is. Like, this gets immense as we go further into this. Alright, it occurs to me that I've been doing the standard Diplostrats thing. of spending a lot of time talking about not the board before we start the game. And I'm going to continue that, actually, by asking Oliver, what do you think the main differences are in strategy between, well, 5D diplomacy and normal diplomacy?
So we don't have a lot of data to go on so far. We've had a few playtests and then other people playing it on their own, such as Valefisk. I think the main observation we've had so far is that defense in 5D diplomacy is just useless. And the reason for that is that, especially in loose adjacencies, which is the variant that Valefisk was playing, that it's always possible for two players to get the same supply center on different timelines. So it's generally preferable to just run towards centers as fast as you can, and perhaps share them between people. So agree that different people have them on different timelines, and defending yourself, supporting yourself to hold. It does happen, but it seems almost non-existent. And I think the biggest strategic difference is just how you have to keep going fast to grab as many centers as you can quickly.
Yeah, I think that's also definitely something that they eventually picked up on in the video. They started out playing a bit more like you would expect normal diplomacy players to play, I guess. And especially towards the end of the video, at least some of them realized that the best way is just to abandon the homeland and start expanding in all directions as fast as possible on every single map. And especially like a result of this is that one of the most powerful countries in normal diplomacy would be Turkey. Maybe not always in normal diplomacy, because it is quite easy for it to get ganged up on and destroyed if all three of its neighbours attack it. But its main strength is that defence, and often in games with less experienced players, you see Turkey do really, really well. In both of the other Valefisk games, we had a Turkey basically run the entire board, like stomp everyone, because their neighbours didn't all get on board and contain them. There was a fight at the start of the Valefisk video over who would command Turkey in this game, right? And by the end of the video, I think Lynx, who is the Turkey player, realises that, hang on, Turkey might not be quite as good in this variant as they are in normal diplomacy.
Yeah, I have seen a suggestion in someone's comment, actually, that maybe it would balance things out to have the board become a torus. So it's like Pac-Man rules, where you go off one side and come on the other. And that might offset the disadvantage that the edge powers have as opposed to normal. But yeah, I'm not gonna make that. If you want torus diplomacy, do it yourself.
It's kind of an interesting one, and it would add that fifth dimension that everyone always complains isn't there, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that would be the true 5D diplomacy. Yeah.
Alright, well, on that note, I guess we should jump into Spring 1901. So the way we're generally going to be doing this is Oliver's going to be talking more about the moves that are going across boards and using the 5D mechanics. And Ezio will be... we'll all be talking about everything at specific points, but Ezio will be more focused on the internal dynamics of each board, insofar as it makes sense to be concerned with that. It certainly makes sense in Spring 1901 anyway. So Ezio, is there anything that stands out to you on this first board?
Army Yorkshire to London. That stands out. I'm sorry to our viewers who don't know the names of every province on the map. We do. So we're going to try to point out where these moves actually happen while CaptainMeme and I talk about them. But yeah, that's up there in England. And those provinces don't border each other. And I gotta say, it does not bode well for the video if people don't know which provinces border each other on the standard map when you're trying to do stuff across multiple timelines. I have a feeling this is gonna go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, this move in particular, it pains me because in the video, like Valefisk, who is playing England in this, right? They have to set the game up 3 times in order to start it, partially because their friends are trolling and partially because they keep joining as the same countries. The He enters his starting orders 3 times, and every time he does this, he moves.
And every
Liverpool to
time he
London.
says he only has one option for his moves as well, and then he just does this anyway.
And it's extra painful in 5D because, like, in standard diplomacy, a turn is a really big deal, right? Being a turn behind. And that, just because there aren't that many turns in a standard diplomacy game, even if you have one that goes to, like, 1912, that's 24 turns you get to move your units, right? Take away one of those moves, and that is a huge amount of momentum loss. In 5D, it's even worse, on the first turn anyway, because this is going to propagate to every single timeline. He's one phase behind with this unit everywhere, forever. Which is just incredibly painful. I was so sad to see this one.
Yep. I think we're definitely going to see as we go on that that as he predicted, that had an effect on Valefisk's game as England.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, England isn't the strongest country in this variant anyway, but doubly not strong when you can't get that army off your homeland in the first year. That's very painful. Ezio, is there anything else on the board that stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, lots. So, there are a couple of big ones. I think let's look at Austria first, because Austria did an opening that looks like it's straight out of the Kiloponto book. If you read the Kiloponto document, the dream scenario is this after spring of '01, where Italy is in Trieste and Venice, and you are in Galicia and Romania. And so it would be really cool to see if Austria goes for the full Kiloponto in this. Do you guys want to talk about what the Kiloponto actually is?
Yeah, I can give it a go. Actually, Oliver, have you heard of the Kiloponto before?
Yes, I think I mentioned it as I was reacting to the video, and I was very proud of myself for identifying that.
Nice.
But yeah, I feel like perhaps for people who have only watched the Valefisk video and are not familiar with diplomacy, it might still be useful to explain what's going on with that.
Yeah, I will go into it. It is probably my favourite opening of all time. I used to do this opening all the time when I was playing diplomacy less competitively. Mainly because it's infamous in the diplomacy world for being the opening that requires... It requires everything to go right, and it requires an insane amount of trust with another player, right? The idea is that you move this army through into Trieste, and then in the fall you move it through into Serbia. The general idea of the opening is that you go all out this way, right, as Austria, and then Italy walks into your dots behind you, and you go to Turkey and Russia and you say, oh my god, everything's gone horribly wrong, I'm going to die to this Italian, can you please prop me up so that I don't die? And the idea of it is that they'll say yes, because of course they're going to be very nice to someone who is about to lose their entire homeland to the Italian. In practice, it never goes that well, partially because everyone who plays diplomacy knows what the Kilopanto is at this point. It's such a famous opening. And it can be blocked with a very, very easy move. Bulgaria to Serbia just blocks this unit in, makes Austria lose the build to Italy here, and means that the two of them don't get that dot. And, like, just that act never works. And the extra problem to this, right, when Ezio was saying that this is the standard line for the Kilopanto from the article going into Galicia and Romania, it is from the original Kilopanto article. They go, this opening is amazing because it will guarantee you Romania in Spring '01. And when you see people actually play the Kilopanto now, they never do this. They never go to Romania. They don't try and take this dot, because they view Greece as being far more important than that. Just being able to get that pressure over this region is much more important than trying to get everything out to here. The other thing that you never see in actual Kilopantos is this move of Rome to Venice. It's again, in the original article, it's saying you need to do this in order to convince your opponents that that Italy is actually attacking you, but it doesn't happen for two reasons. First, because people tend to recognize the Killer Panto anyway and block it, so this move doesn't generally convince people anymore. So it's a little pointless. And second, because it makes it so easy for Italy to just murder Austria if they want to. Like, Ezio, do you want to talk about the follow-up to this if you're Italy?
Yeah, because the theoretical follow-up for Italy, if you're sticking to the alliance, is that you move Ionian Sea into Aegean Sea. That's the biggest part of the attack, is that you get into the Aegean Sea so quickly, because you don't waste time convoying, you're in the Aegean Sea uncontested in fall of 01. But because you're giving up Tunis, you still need to get a build, which is why you're getting one from Austria. You usually move that into Serbia. That's the ideal, and then if everything works out perfectly, you get this beautiful line where you're in Romania and Serbia and Greece and the Aegean Sea, and suddenly you're going to crack Bulgaria, and Turkey's cooked at the end of the first year. As Mia points out, that never happens. And if Austria is trying to hold Romania, which presumably they are, they're not covering their homelands. And so from this position, if Italy says, I'd rather go +3 in 01 and take Vienna and Trieste and Tunis, then Austria is just dead, and Italy is on 6, and maybe can actually hold against the Juggernaut himself or herself. So most Austrias don't want to give Italy that brutal of a stab, and so they don't want to see Italy follow up from Rome into Venice in spring, even if they're going for the key. Especially when the army in Venice doesn't add much of anything to the attack. So,
Yeah.
But this opening is straight out of that book. And then a key part of it is that you have to break the DMZ in Galicia because you have to walk in there yourself. You really want that.
I do wonder, since you mentioned it's from a book, I wonder whether Chamber has read the book, and that's why, because he was Austria. I wonder whether he used that aspect of it that you mentioned, that it's well known for actual diplomacy players, but for non-regular diplomacy players, they may genuinely be hoodwinked about the fact that Italy and Austria are fighting each other.
Well, also, it's fun in the beginner game because Italy can just attack Austria like this. And in the beginner game, especially with Valefisk, I've seen a lot of moves that I think nobody would do that. That's completely unstandard. But it's just how they play. And so this Austria might have just decided, I'm going to go attack Galicia and Romania this time. Let's have some fun. And Italy might have independently decided, I'm just going to walk into Trieste. Right? That totally might have just happened.
Yeah, maybe I'm expecting too much from Chamber there, but
Yeah, I think it's also in the video itself. Valefisk comes back into the public negotiation room during spring 1901 to Novel going, oh, holy shit, this is incredible, I'm gonna do this. And he's like, wait, what was that about? I am 100% certain that Chamber had read that article and had just pitched it to Novel. Because that is the reaction to the Killer Panto. That is just how it goes. It may not be a very good opening, but it is one that is very, very impressive when it works. I say when it works, like Ezio, I assume you would always stab as Italy in this position, yeah?
Oh god, in 5D, yeah. Oh yeah, in 5D you can't, oh man, actually, wait a second, sorry. So, for everyone at home, right, we haven't started thinking about the 5D ramifications of this, because, the beauty of stabbing and standard diplomacy is that you just get all of your 6 builds in this first timeline, like in the normal timeline, you're just +3 in the only universe that matters, and you're doing great. But in 5D, there's an advantage to sending units back as well, because things... Yeah, alright, I don't know. I don't know if I would have stabbed in 5D. I mean, honestly, I have no idea. That's a question for you guys.
I guess the risk you run with that is, so say Italy decides for fall that they move Trieste back in time to take Vienna, and they move Venice back in time to take Trieste. That, unlike in regular diplomacy, you're not then fighting a completely crippled Austria. Like, Austria is still doing well in one timeline, and could come back to take you on in a stronger fashion later on. So I guess it does actually change that dynamic a bit.
Absolutely, but I actually think that the dynamic change in 5D, at least for me, I would be more likely to stab here. Mainly because, right, if anyone splits a timeline off of timeline 1, then I'm fine in that timeline, right? I'm in Trieste, I'm in Venice, I have Tunis. I have Tunis whenever I want. Austria is not going to be able to come back and attack me in that timeline, so... And I'm still set up for an attack on them. And maybe I can even go into the negotiation room with them and say, I won't attack you in this timeline if you keep pushing in that direction, even if I'm attacking in the first timeline, right? And in this fall timeline, I can just go into this Vienna or this Budapest. If I know that Austria is supporting hold themselves in Romania, I can take the advantage, take all 6 supply centres, and go, okay, well, in timeline 1, I am going to be a mega Italy. And that's really valuable in 5D diplomacy, I think, because timeline 1 is super valuable, because timeline 1 is always the most forward one, right? And timeline 2 is always going to be following just behind it, which means timeline 2 can continuously split off new timelines from timeline 1. So if I'm super strong in timeline 1, that means I'm going to be super strong in all those timelines that get split off from it. Yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking while you were describing that, I was wondering whether like Fleet Albania could go back to Trieste in the spring as kind of an insurance policy, but that would still result in Italy being in Austria potentially on timeline 1. And I definitely agree that timeline 1 is the prime timeline. It is the one that matters the most in terms of actual importance to the game, because there's so many other timelines near it.
Yeah, So the fleet in Albania coming back to Trieste definitely like cripples this attack. You get a little bit, right? You get the 1 dot, but you don't get the starting 6 that you were hoping for.
Yeah, I'm not talking about going back in that board, but I'm saying like go back to spring 1901 Trieste.
Oh, I see. Right.
So then you will at least have a full and complete Austria in timeline 2, but in timeline 1, yeah, you're still going to be a bit crippled.
Honestly,
yeah,
I think
in that timeline, Italy is bounced right back to Rome.
Hmm.
So Italy just had a complete wasted. So Italy would be trading a really strong timeline 1 for a really weak timeline 2. Funny.
Yeah, but the important thing is Austria doesn't know that you're stabbing on this timeline until the moves go through, right? As long as you keep that secret. So they won't necessarily do this move back if they're committed to the Kiloponto. If they're committed to Kiloponto, they're probably moving to Greece. In which case, you're fine. They can never go back to timeline 1 Spring 01, because once you move past timeline 1 Fall 01, there's nothing that connects back there unless people have convoys set up, just because of the way that things are only ever orthogonally adjacent, right?
Yeah.
This is a lot more timeline discussion than I thought we'd get in the first year.
Yeah, we haven't seen any timelines yet, guys. We're just thinking about the timelines.
We're going to have to skip so many of these moves to move forward to the future times.
Indeed.
Okay.
Right, well...
another thing to talk about is the holds in Marseille, Munich, and Warsaw. I think Marseille is the most acceptable hold, but I think in 5D diplomacy, it's unacceptable to ever hold. I think units got to be moving. Getting closer to other people's supply centers is a really big deal. So I don't like that. But for Warsaw and Munich, letting Austria into Galicia is such a big problem. As Oliver mentioned, right, you can't defend in 5D diplomacy. It just really doesn't work out at all. So you have to bounce. This is the only time you can actually guarantee a bounce. As they said, right, there's guesswork in the future timelines, which I'm sure they'll talk about at some point. I think bouncing in Galicia here was really important, and it's very scary that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree on that front. It's a weird one, because we kind of emphasize in this game it's almost a race, right? You're trying to get to as many supply centers as possible in as quick a time as possible across all the timelines. And in order to do that, you need to get your units moving, so it doesn't really feel natural to be bouncing. Or even arrange bouncing in this case, right? Usually Galicia, you would want to arrange a bounce there. But this unit just makes your life so difficult as Russia. It's really hard. And actually, on that same note, I think the play that Valefisk made, which was basically the only negotiation play we saw in the entire game, because Valefisk was mostly playing at Gunboat, but going into the negotiation room with Teddy, who was France, and saying, hey, can we have a demilitarized zone in the channel, and then going into the channel, that's actually an incredible play for 5D diplomacy. It's like, this is absolutely perfect for what you want as England, if we ignore the fact that he didn't move Liverpool.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I guess later on in the game when I was thinking about Vale's position, he was on the verge of getting so many centres. Like he could just go back in time to take Belgium or Brest at any time, and he did eventually. And I think this move into the English Channel first turn was the key to that. And as I said, it's just such a shame that the army didn't follow it up.
Yeah, getting the convoy off in 5D is also super important, I think, just as early as possible, because that army is what gives you your reach as England. That army can get far further towards supply centres than your fleet can. If you can get it into Brest, or if you can even get it into Belgium, and then slip into a past Burgundy or Ruhr or something like that, just start sprinting it across the board in some timelines. That's super valuable, and that's not going to happen here.
I think the first game of diplomacy I ever played, the player who was England convoyed their army over to the continent and then just walked it all the way across the board.
Yep.
But that wasn't as successful.
I think there was... So in the first Valefisk game that we commentated as well, they... Vale convoyed his army over to Norway and then walked through St. Petersburg to Moscow and ended up with it in Ukraine. And because of that opening, he made a fantastic graphic of 5D diplomacy at the start of his video. Really, if you haven't seen his video, you should watch that first, by the way. I feel like I should have mentioned that at some point, but hey, if you look at that video and you look closely, you will notice the British army moving around Norway into St. Petersburg, into Moscow, and then down to Ukraine. And from that, I was able to look at that and compare it to the original video and was like, hey, hang on. He has just copied the exact moves from his original diplomacy game here. It's an awesome little Easter egg. Alright. Is there anything else that either of you wants to discuss on this phase?
I think we can see some moves.
Yeah, I don't think we can afford to spend any more time on this phase, considering how long we've already spoken about it.
Oh god, are we really half an hour in this? Actually, I guess I started recording half an hour ago. That's not quite the same as being half an hour in at this point. But yeah, so let's move ahead to fall 1901, and this is when we're going to start seeing our 5D moves here. You can see they split off a timeline, the first of many in this game. So, Oliver, is there anything 5D related that stands out to you on this board?
I would like to talk about the bounce in Brest, because I was amazed that happened in the video, actually. That both Teddy and Vale were able to think, oh, okay, so he's probably going to think I can go back in time without the other person realising. And in the end, they both did. But my feeling on that was, I think it would have benefited, as I said at the start, I think it would have benefited both of them in the long run to have actually allowed Vale into Brest in the second timeline. Because it means that France can do something else with that fleet and perhaps take Portugal or something in timeline 1, and meanwhile England gets to take Brest in another timeline. And this is I mentioned it in my reaction video, but I think the main or a difference that occurs as a result of 5D diplomacy is that the game is no longer zero sum. It's often beneficial to work together to get the same centre to both of you. And I think in this case, this may have been an example where that would have helped both of them in the game in the long run. I guess who you choose to do that with is the important part as the game goes on. But yeah, they missed out on that opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree in a sense, and then in another sense, I kind of wonder, hang on, if you're agreeing with everyone to swap supply centers on various timelines, then the other people are going to win eventually, right? If you're on a weaker country, you can't really afford to make those offers necessarily, because if everyone is, then someone else will win. But actually, as
Well, yeah,
England,
but if
this
they're not making the offers, then you can get an edge. If you're the only one making small deals with everyone, you're gonna get a small incremental edge consistently as you do it.
that is actually true. That's probably fair as well. I would be worried as France about giving up control of a dot that's very important to build fleets out of on Timeline 1, just because Timeline 1 is so important. But
Well, this would have created time. This would have created a English Brest in timeline 2.
that is true. So
Or,
you just...
well, I suppose they could have done it. They could have done it the way around. But
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. France would have kept it here. I think you are right that that would have been the correct play here. Although, obviously, it's going to be difficult to think through when you've just been dumped into a 5D game for the first time ever.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
and
think.
also with the 5 minute negotiations and England just stabbed you, I think then trying to negotiate with them, it's particularly difficult.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think the 5 minute negotiation thing came in later. At this point, they were still doing it normally, except for the fact like half the board were doing normal negotiations, and then the other half were just hitting the submit button and then telling everyone else to submit faster.
They were just making visually pleasant moves. They didn't care what strategic impact they have.
But yeah, I did want to mention actually this French move back to Brest. It would be an amazing guess if it was a guess, right? The fact that this, in fact, I mean, it's a really terrible guess to try and take if you don't know what's going on, right? Because if you accidentally do go back into Brest on here, then you end up with your fleet back in Brest on the second timeline, which probably isn't going to help you all that much. And then on the first timeline, English channel, like if you've guessed wrong, will be in Brest, so you're in a pretty miserable state. But in the video itself, this wasn't actually a guess, because Valefisk boasted about the fact that he could take Brest in the past in the public chat while Teddy was there. Which is why this ended up happening. And of course, Teddy, hearing that, just enters the move that counters it, going back to Brest. It could have been an amazing double bluff, I suppose, but in this case, I think they were all just enjoying the fact that you could do these kind of moves, and maybe Vale didn't think through the fact that telling his opponent what he was doing maybe wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, I have seen in all of the 5D diplomacy games that have been played so far, everyone just is so excited to do the first time travel move from fall to spring. So perhaps you can rely on other people doing that, unless they're experienced 5D diplomacy players, but I don't think there are any yet. So
Yeah. There was one other thing I want to talk about with this move before we move on from it, which is Teddy moves this fleet back in time in this, right? Teddy is interacting with the gameplay of 5D diplomacy. He's really getting himself into the spirit of 5D. For the entire rest of the for the entire rest of the game, Teddy will never make another move that crosses a dimension that's like outside the board that he's in. This is the one and only time that France will use time travel. And France will never use multi-dimensional travel, like, across these.
I didn't even realise that. Well,
I didn't realise it either until we got the whole board mapped out, and I was like, wait, what? And when I rewatched the video, there's a point at which Teddy goes, I just wish we were playing normal diplomacy. And, like, looking at it with the context of, hang on, he actually was just playing normal diplomacy for the entire game makes it so much more funny. Anyway, there are a couple of other cross-dimensional moves here. Oliver, do you want to talk about either of them?
yeah, I would like to talk actually about a cross-dimensional move that did not happen first, which was St. Petersburg going into Norway, because that is something that Valefisk specifically called out in his video as a possibility. So that would have been the reverse situation of the bounce in Brest, where they each got Norway in a different timeline if that had gone through. But yeah, in terms of the moves that did happen back in time, I guess the Greece one is perhaps the most interesting. So it's an interesting choice because they've gone, as we were talking earlier, they went for the Kila Panto, and you said that going for Greece is perhaps the way to do that. Going for Greece even earlier in that process, retrospectively, I don't know how that actually affects how that's going to progress.
It's a really interesting one. Actually, Ezio, do you want to take over here and say, how do you view this position as going forward as part of the Kila Panto?
So you're gonna get some very weird positions on these boards. So one thing you'll notice is that Austria right now has 4 units on this board, but only has 3 supply centers. Because obviously it got the extra fleet from the other timeline, which makes this weird. It means that Turkey can't bounce Serbia because you're probably going to support yourself into Bulgaria from Romania here. And so it means in this timeline, you can still take Greece and get the Italian fleet into the Aegean, and Albania can still backfill, and you just have an extra unit here really quickly. And so if Turkey doesn't support Hold Bulgaria, you just also take it. But even when you gain both of those centers, you're only going +1 because you already are kind of +1. That's weird.
Yes,
That's really weird.
I guess, yeah, maybe this is an opportunity to talk about how adjustment changes in this version. Because, yeah, when you use new units from other timelines to go to the new timeline, they need to actually be successful in taking centers somehow, or else they're just going to die. So it's, obviously it's very powerful to have extra units on your borders that could come in and help you, but they need to actually succeed to justify their use, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, and it's also why I really dislike this other cross-timeline move that we see of Warsaw to Moscow, right? Because that unit is then being put in a center that you could have built in anyway, probably the furthest center away from anywhere that you would want to go, right? And it needs a supply center to maintain it now, so it's essentially just taking the place of a build in Moscow earlier than you would get it otherwise, so you get 1 extra move in, but then if you wanted to get 1 extra move in, you probably wanted to move it somewhere like Ukraine or Livonia or Galicia, even, to bounce the Austrian out on this timeline. Just Moscow is not a great place for it to be. And of course, everyone's still learning the game at this point, so we're thinking in depth about things that they wouldn't have known about at the time, but it puts Russia in a kind of painful position and means that their unit in Warsaw on this timeline is just gone. They do get to rebuild it on the next phase because it will have gone from this timeline, but it could have maybe have been doing something more useful in the current timeline, or if it's going to move into the past, go to a more useful space, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I do wonder what would have been the most useful space for that. Like, she wasn't, maybe as Russia was not particularly antagonistic against Germany at this point, I don't think. But perhaps creating a timeline where Austria hadn't got into Galicia, and that be, of course, at this stage, this is the last chance to create that timeline. I think that might have been a better option.
Yeah, I think it's either got to be that, or you go to Ukraine here, so that you have Army Warsaw, Army Ukraine, and Fleet Sevastopol in here, because that means that you can then tap Galicia here and support yourself into Romania at the same time, and you guarantee this SC, which is that's actually probably better than bouncing Austria out of Galicia, because you get the dot out of it. Whereas if you just bounce Austria out of Galicia here, you're reliant on Turkish support to get this.
Have we talked about the potential move into Silesia in the past?
We have not. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, because that's what I would recommend. I think getting into Silesia, right? We talked about how nice it is to be in English Channel or Galicia, but if you're in Silesia, Germany is going to leave Munich and Berlin open at some point in some timelines. And the beauty of this backwards time travel thing is you can see an open center and you can see the dot in a past timeline and know that it was open and walk in. And so if you're in Silesia, you're going to get Berlin and you're going to get Munich way faster than you think you'd have any right to. Not necessarily in any particular timeline, you're not likely to have it. But due to all of the timelines that will exist, you're going to find a way to get in there. So I think I would actually open to Silesia a lot, I think, as Russia in this variant.
Instead of bouncing Galicia? Or like on the
Maybe
second
not, but I
turn,
think
moving
in
back in time?
the fall I would move to Galicia more often, or Silesia more often. I don't know. It's tough, but I really love being in Silesia here. It looks just glorious. Like the point of defense, right? We're talking about it. Defense is overrated. Maybe, maybe just don't defend Warsaw.
I mean, you might be absolutely correct on that.
Yeah, what's the status of units around Warsaw in Timeline 2? Yeah, okay, so you do still have the threat against Warsaw there. I was just thinking, yeah, maybe you could have just left Warsaw open.
Yeah, it's also worth considering if they had changed this move. Well, if she changed this move to a move to Silesia here, you don't have this unit in Moscow either, right? So,
Although you
still have the one in Warsaw, I guess. So you just duplicated it into this province. So it's not
like you're just
threatening.
Yeah, you're trading Moscow for Silesia would be the effect on this one, and like, yeah,
that does seem a lot better. All right. Well, going back to this board, I guess that's all the cross timeline boards moves sorted out. Unless Oliver, you had anything you wanted to add on that front?
I don't believe so. I think we've covered everything that could be spoken about there.
Okay, so very quickly then, Ezio, do you want to cover some of the interesting inside board moves? I don't know what to call them, like normal moves.
Yeah,
Boring
the
moves.
biggest one is that Italy stuck to the key, kind of. I say this because they didn't full commit, right? The key part of it, in my opinion, is the move from Ionian into Aegean, and so they simply took Tunis. But they did walk out of Trieste and move into Serbia, and then didn't walk back into Trieste. So it's like this is turning into a far more normal alliance between Italy and Austria. So it's great. I think both of them are quite happy with this. Like, Austria is in a fun position with a cool ally, and Italy went +2 in the first year. Again, keeping on theme, this defensive move, like by moving Venice into Apulia, is very questionable, and like wouldn't being in Tyrolia be so cool? Just think of all of the dots you can take from there. But I guess Apulia is better to convoy. I'm not sure.
Maybe Austria doesn't want you in Tyrolia. Is the other thing on that.
Maybe. So I will say, this is a unit that, in my mind, is a prime candidate for time travel. Because we are in a fall turn, and it is not taking a dot. And it's not, like, supporting a dot, it's just repositioning. And so, like, the moves, if I can see a unit in the fall that's, like, getting a dot by itself already in its current timeline, then it doesn't really need to travel to a different dimension. But this one that's just repositioning. I feel like here I'd say, oh, I want to move this one around, because it could go to, like, it could go into Tyrolia in the first timeline, right? And so it would become then in timeline 2, and you just like have something in Tyrolia. And yeah, it's not necessarily going to be great, but because it's fall, it's going to disappear, and you get to immediately rebuild it. So it doesn't really weaken this timeline to make this move, and it does strengthen you in another timeline temporarily, which you can maybe convert to a longer term benefit.
It just gets you tempo on the other timeline, I think, because you end up with the same number of units, but one of them is further forward, I think.
Yes.
Well, in fall, right, you could even move with it, right?
Well, yeah, you can move with it to, like, Tyrolia, and then you get an extra move in the fall turn, right? So it gets quite far ahead. I would actually be tempted to put it in Piedmont just to annoy France. I feel like you have to... You have to start annoying France on one of the timelines relatively soon as Italy, because that's going to be one of your expansion paths to the win. We haven't really mentioned it here, but like in 5D diplomacy, probably the most effective strategy is just shotgun. You go in different directions on different timelines, and you try and take the various centers, because you only need to control unique supply centers overall, right? It doesn't really matter if you take this entire area in like 6 timelines. You only need it in 1. So ideally, in one opening, you want an attack on France, and having something in Piedmont can definitely set you up to be doing that. Yeah. So we haven't really talked about the West on this board. There were a few interesting things that happened here. I think Valefisk initially, when he was looking at this position, because maybe talked to him about how she was not going to let him into Norway, he was like, you can't do that. This is a very common problem in normal diplomacy. People don't notice this connection right here. And also, they just don't think about the possibility of Russia sending that army north and over the top. It can absolutely cripple England, and it does so here, right? Getting bounced out of here and not getting Brest is just incredibly painful for England on this board. Yeah. Other things in the north, I guess there's not that much else important. Everything's pretty standard here. The bounce in Belgium is expected because these people weren't really talking to each other that much.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, it's something that would happen more in gunboat games, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for those who don't know, gunboat means no negotiation at all. In diplomacy, if you're playing gunboat with good players, they will still support enemy units just to tell that person, hey, I'm interested in working with you. Let's work together and crush our fellow neighbor, right? And often that does work, but we're not really expecting that from this type of game. I think, as we will see as the game goes on, bouncing in Belgium becomes a little bit of a theme. Alright, is there anything else on this board that either of you wants to talk about?
I
Good
don't believe
here.
so.
Okay, perfect. So in that case, I guess we will move forward to the next phase. I have tried to put the scores on the top left of each, but I know there was at least one phase where I forgot to do it, or forgot to update it between the phases, so they might not always be accurate. Towards the end game they are, though, and that's when it becomes important. So here we have some more moves, and surprisingly, no new timelines.
No, I was surprised by this when I went back and rewatched the video, because they absolutely had the potential to go timeline 2 full 1901 into timeline 1 full 1901, and none of them took it.
Yep. I wonder if it's actually just the name of the variant that puts that, because the first thing you think about when you think 5D diplomacy with multiverse time travel, you don't think about the multiverse so much, you think about the time travel, right?
Yeah.
So your first instinct is, hey, I need to time travel, I'm going to go back this way, and then maybe you don't think about the fact that you can cross over boards like this. I know, especially towards the later game, it becomes a little painful in that they don't really understand the mechanics of going up and down. And they are really simple. It's exactly the same as going backwards and forwards. It's just you can move one space in any direction across the full grid, right? So one board up, one board left, one board right, one board down.
Yeah, it's simple when you're just looking at the map and the interface that we have, but it doesn't make much sense if you're thinking about the restrictions as far as spring, like 2 units in spring and fall or whatever in this vertical timeline. I'd say timeline in that these two can touch each other, but if you go further down, it can't. And if you try to think about what time they're in, it doesn't necessarily line up in a way that makes intuitive sense. But if you just look at the board and look at the UI we have, it makes it relatively clear to understand what can go where. But you have to turn off the thinking part of your brain and just use your eyes.
So I think I mentioned... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. I think I mentioned in my reaction video, so there is a specific order in which timelines are created, so you can theoretically predict where they're going to turn up, and in what order you'll have these horizontal slices, but it's still very confusing to work that out. And there is an argument to be made that maybe it might have been more intuitive to have timelines split off from their immediate neighbors and stay there. So if in this case, as we'll see, so if anyone was to go, well, yeah, in this case, if anyone was to go from timeline 2/4/1901 to timeline 1, it would split off timeline 3 underneath timeline 2 rather than in between, a kind of timeline 1.5. And the reason I decided not to do it that way was it would then make past moves that were going vertically between timelines become invalid later on. And I just didn't want to think about the implications of that. So I thought it was more sensible from an implementation perspective to have the timelines always appear as entirely new timelines and not interfere with the enumeration of existing ones.
I
can
the UI did a great job making it clear to see like what can happen, and when you're following it, it works. And I think in 5D, nothing is going to be particularly intuitive. Because of the nature of it. So I wouldn't say that, oh, this is unintuitive. It's necessarily criticism. I think that's the point. It's like, this variant, nothing is going to make a lot of sense as you're looking at it, if you're thinking about it, I guess. I
think the big problem they run into a lot is that, this isn't visible on their version because they were playing a very early version of the game. In fact, I think they were the first people ever to complete a game properly without it crashing. But the fact that it's split off from timeline 1, people think, oh, that means it must be neighboring the other things that split off from timeline 1, and you must be able to go back to timeline 1. And of course, that's not true. You just have to look at the grid. That's all you have to do to see what's possible. You can go one this way, one this way, one this way, or one down. When I'm saying one to the right, we skip over winter boards. They're not accessible, so one to the right is this space right here. Right, so this one is adjacent to this one.
You can't travel to the right because that would be traveling into the future, which I also disallowed because I didn't want to think about the bugs that could cause.
But you can support stuff in the future, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The important difference there, I think, is if you're supporting something, your unit isn't ever moving. Your unit is holding in place, right? So the result of that action for the unit that's doing the support is always going to be the same. Whereas if you're moving into an unwritten future, then that unit ends up being in flux, right? It can either be there or not be there, depending on what the result of that is, and you don't know that result until the other board actually appears, right? So it becomes a bit difficult to handle for that, just because if a lot of people are making those moves. The suggested way, I was gonna say intuitive way of dealing with it, but it's not intuitive. This really isn't. The way that I would have thought of dealing with that is that the unit that ends up being in flux just creates a timeline where it's there and a timeline where it's not. But if you have a lot of people doing that from the same board at the same time, then you end up with a huge number of possible combinations of units being there and not. So you could theoretically just create 120 timelines from one board just because a bunch of units tried to move into the future at the same time.
I think overall, it was very sensible to put a restriction on you can only move backwards. So you kind of have to think of it like the rules of rugby. You can only pass backwards. Rugby as diplomacy.
That's a nice one. You can actually move into the future if you have a convoy path. I'm overcomplicating things even more now by discussing this, but say you were on this board, you could technically. So thankfully for you guys, you're not going to have to understand convoys at all for this because they're almost never used. But convoys extend your movement by a lot, basically by allowing you to leapfrog over a fleet. So if you are... I'm trying to think if there's a decent example on this board. Unfortunately, most of the armies are away from fleets because of Valefisk's initial move, I suppose. But if you're, say, this was an army in Holland, right, instead of a fleet, this army is adjacent to this fleet in the North Sea, so it can essentially hop on board that fleet in the North Sea and then disembark anywhere that's adjacent to this, right? And remember that this fleet is adjacent to all of these provinces as well because of the one in every direction rule, so you can technically order, as long as that board is already there, this army in Holland into, say, Norway on this board, it would be invalid initially. Well, in this case, I guess, because that convoy hasn't been ordered, it would be invalid. But if you had that convoy in, it would be able to make it into the future. The future just has to be there in order for you to...
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we're not speaking correctly saying that you can't move into the future, you just can't move into any board that doesn't exist yet.
Yes.
It's the rule around that.
That's exactly it. That's been a very long tangent, but it was probably worth
what were we
clarifying.
discussing here? How does this relate to this turn?
Well, the thing was, usually we're going to start off our discussions by talking about the 5D moves, but there weren't any, so that has essentially taken its place. Ezio, is there anything you notice on this board that you want to talk
Looks
about?
like Austria and Amard.
Yes. Unfortunately, Chamber looked at this board, entered his orders, and then clicked submit without realizing that he had to enter orders on this board as well.
Alright.
Painful.
I noticed that Ionian moved to Eastern Med instead of Aegean, which is not... I mean, I don't know, it's fine. I guess
you can be harsh. It's alright. It's...
I guess I mean, it's not the intended way to do this, but it does actually give you the convoy into Eastern Med more easily.
Convoy into Syria, you mean? Or...
Syria, yeah, via the Eastern Med more easily.
But you need another fleet here. I guess if you were expecting this fleet to come out...
Yeah.
Then yeah, that would make sense. But unfortunately, that fleet is not coming out because Austria and Amard. Usually you would want this in Aegean just because Aegean is adjacent to 4 supply centers and Eastern Med is adjacent to 1. So Eastern Med is the less...
Also Germany and Amard? Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that Germany did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I actually noticed that Germany had done the same thing in the video itself, but yeah, it becomes apparent when you're looking at the moves afterwards.
I think Valefisk noticed, because that's how he reasoned that he would just be able to walk into Denmark.
Oh, nice.
He saw the NMR and was like, ooh.
I don't think he didn't see it, but he heard Dino say that he'd done the same thing as Chamber. But if that had been a double bluff, that would have been amazing.
Well, I don't know that you want to convince England that they can go into Denmark as Germany. You want to be able to go there yourself, right? But also, if Vale knew that this was going through, then this move makes me really sad. Because you're moving to Yorkshire and are not going to have a fleet ready to convoy it. Whereas if you move down to Wales, you've got a fleet in position to get it somewhere over into the French homeland. This is, again, another tangent, but when you're looking at diplomacy convoys, I think as a beginner, if you had Army Wales here, you'd be going, okay, I can convoy to Belgium or I can convoy to Brest. But in general, it's actually quite advantageous to consider the convoy to Picardy, the non-SC here, just because France is almost never going to block that. So you can get that off, get the army onto the mainland here, and then you have 2 units on either of these to get them in, instead of having to guess what they're covering. That's a bit of a tangent again. Ezio, anything else you want to talk about here?
I mean, France is Francing. Good guesses. Like, it's very exciting. We'll see how this goes in 5D.
Mm-hmm. I think Russia's also doing really well on this board because England didn't bounce that Norway move.
Yeah, that's true. And then Russia just has the extra unit, right? Which is now in Ukraine.
Yep. That is true. They're not going to get all the builds. Actually, yeah, I guess they only get 1 build because of the situation.
I mean, you say they're doing really well, but they don't have anything on Romania. So.
Yeah, that is problematic. But I think you can probably break this as Russia, especially because Austria is now down to 4 supply centers. Sorry, so they are up 1, but they brought an extra fleet along, which means they can't build an army to reinforce this line. So they're going to have to rely on Italian armies to come through and help them here. It seems really difficult to do. If you can just get your army line here, then you can smash through this quite easily, I think. This is 5D implications aside. I haven't looked. This is just normal diplomacy instincts.
Well, yeah, I forgot that, they'd brought over the extra fleet from the other timeline and therefore could not do a build in Budapest. So, yeah, that is actually yeah, it's a good board for Russia. Good timeline.
Yeah, alright. And then over here we have the builds, which are a little smaller here, so it's going to be lower resolution, but you can still see what the units here were. Ezio, anything in particular stand out to you here?
Wow. I mean, there's a lot of builds, which is unusual because of how many units have just left the timeline, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like, Austria's building an extra thing. Austria has no fleets now, and I love it. Just stick to armies. We don't need fleets, but where we're going. Double fleet from Turkey looks great. I mean, the builds seem fine. Like, yeah, good luck, everybody.
I was actually thinking about these Turkish fleets with regard to the 5D aspect, right? And I don't think I like it quite as much, because I think if you want to be competitive at this variant as Turkey, you need to be able to slip units into this area, primarily. The fleets will be great for getting you into Ionian over time, but like most of your racing line is this way, so you want armies down on the board, otherwise you just get those fleets stuck in positions that they can't move forward from, right?
So you think, like, Army Con... I mean, you're never going to get into Black Sea then, right? Isn't the second fleet really good? So you need a fleet con then? And then, like,
well,
Army...
we're gonna see some interesting ways of getting into Black Sea very shortly that don't involve having an extra fleet here. But yeah, so the... And
but I mean,
also,
not on Timeline 1.
yeah, that
right?
is true. The armies here, I guess they don't have that many ways they can go forward, but I was thinking, like, maybe you can go back in time and try and take, like, Serbia in the past or something like that, where they're not defending.
Yeah, like, try to get into Albania. And then...
If you could at least bounce Serbia at some point, then that might be beneficial.
Yeah. Although maybe you don't need the extra army for that anyway. Maybe actually you want the extra army in Smyrna and then up to Armenia to try and take Sevastopol in another timeline.
Yeah.
It's tough. 5D stuff is
Well,
hard
look,
to think through.
from in the timeline itself, all those builds are great. I'm fully in favor of all of these builds if I am not thinking about other timelines. This seems great.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Alright, so I'm going to move ahead to the next phase here. And again, we don't see any new timelines spawn. Although they do try to make one. There are a couple of cross-dimensional moves though here. So, Oliver, do you want to look at those? Which one of these do you want to look at first?
I mean, we can talk about, is that Serbia doing the support there? We can talk about that quickly, because the answer to that is it's an invalid order. Unless there is a convoy available for you to use, which isn't relevant for a support anyway. You just can't move in a diagonal fashion here. As they eventually realise in the video, you can only move up, down, or backwards.
Yes.
So I think that's just an invalid move and unfortunate. I wonder what... Well, yeah, Austria is obviously giving support into Albania on its own timeline. I don't know whether that's the best move to take anyway, is Italy, in that case?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to take this as Italy. I would say, hey, Austria, please move your army forward instead so that we have an actual solid line here and I get to stay in my centre.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, we can still talk about what this army is trying to do, even though it's not... Obviously, this is not a valid move. Because I think it is trying to do something that's very smart here. If it was a valid move, of course it would have added an extra support to this Trieste move and created a new timeline where Trieste gets into Serbia here, which would have been quite nice for the Italy-Austria alliance. They would have had Romania, Serbia, Greece in this timeline and a fleet in the Eastern Mediterranean. Really solid surrounding of the Turkish units. And you'll see very similar things happen very soon when they actually figure out what the correct supports to make are and not to do it diagonally. It's actually something, I wasn't sure when to mention this, but it's something we see throughout the game. Of course, these players are coming in with almost no knowledge of how to play this game, right? And as you look through these phases, for everyone except Teddy, who is determined to stick to his own timelines and not do anything across multiple dimensions, you'll see them all experiment with certain tactics and maybe figure out a little bit what works, and then they all tend to lean very heavily into the things that they figured out that work for each individual player. So they all adapt into their own kind of playstyle as we see the game progress, and it's actually a really, really cool thing to see. It's just like emergent gameplay, I suppose, right?
Nice. I'm excited to see what you've noticed there, because I have not analysed this in depth enough to be able to detect that. But I'm interested in what playstyles those are.
But yeah, I mean they're fairly straightforward tactics in terms of if you know how to play 5D diplomacy, but I think there's no such thing as a straightforward tactic in 5D diplomacy, really. So, yeah. These moves, shall we discuss these, Oliver?
Yeah, so that we said earlier that you can support in the future, and in fact, in both of these cases, I think it is the unit supporting itself in the future.
Yes.
Which I think I mentioned this in my reaction video as well, but it was that. No, you did it the other way around. You supported your past self in the first turn as Italy in the first playtest, whereas, supporting your future self here. So in a way, that's perhaps the wrong way around to do it, because if it had just been the move now and then the support later, you can at least pass it off as, oh, I was just trying to get in and didn't know whether you'd be there, and or maybe I was going for a bounce. Whereas doing it this way around, the support first and then the move in the next timeline, you have played your entire hand, basically. You've said, okay, I'm going to be supporting myself in here. And everyone can, in turn, react to it and deal with it, which is not something you can generally do in diplomacy. You can't see partial tactics and react to them before they finish.
And you say that. If you're playing diplomacy over the board, you can look over someone's shoulder and see if you can glance their order sheet. But no,
I thought we were being honourable here, okay?
Oh, yes, of course, yeah. But yeah, it is kind of the wrong way around, right? So what Oliver was saying about my play in the playtest, I essentially did this, right? The Venice to Trieste move, and Vienna also moved to Trieste, so we bounced. And then in the full turn, I added a support to my move so that I got into Trieste in the second timeline. The important thing of the support being backwards is that, of course, you can't see it in advance. This way, you can see that in advance, and that leads to some really bad repercussions in some circumstances. For example, here, Turkey has 2 fleets, right? So now that they've seen that Russia is going to be attacking Black Sea with 2, they know to support hold that unit, and it's not going to work. It does lead the interesting possibility of you could try and bait someone into doing something and then do the counter move by issuing the support, right, to say, hey, here's what I'm going to do, and then doing something completely different in the next turn. Doesn't...
Yeah, you don't have to follow through on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really work in the Black Sea scenario because Russia doesn't have much else they can do with this fleet. They could go around to Armenia, but then you leave Turkey in the Black Sea, which is not great. But it's a fun possibility, right?
I mean, in my philosophy of trading centres with people in different timelines, then maybe it works, because that just means they get into Sevastopol and you get into Ankara in return. But maybe I'm looking at this from a too altruistic a viewpoint.
I think your viewpoint does actually work really well, but I think certainly with Valefisk's friends, it's not going to be the approach they're taking.
Yeah, this is very much crab bucket.
Yeah, so these units are supporting themselves to various places in the future. I said, of course, Turkey can block this one, right? They could technically block this one as well. Fine, they know how to react to this. There is an advantage to doing it this way around that you don't get if you do it backwards. And that advantage is that it's on the first timeline. If you issue your support into the future and then take it in the future, the results of that phase will be on the same timeline going forward. And of course, because timeline 1 control is so important, at least in my view, because it's always the one that you can split stuff off from, getting an advantage that stays in timeline 1 is actually a super useful thing to do. So the important thing about it is you can't do it if they have a unit that can counter the move that you're trying to do. But if this fleet wasn't in Constantinople, so if Turkey had done what I suggested and built an army, right, then I think this move is genius. But in this scenario, it's not, because they can counter it.
I think the move is still. I think it's still the best move to make with your unit, right? Like Fleet in Sevastopol, it doesn't do anything if it bounces Black Sea. If it moves to Armenia, I think you'd rather it be in Sevastopol. So I think by supporting itself in the future, it's costing an extra unit from Turkey in the future, which is still better than nothing. Like trying to bounce ineffectively in Black Sea would have been, right? What move would be better here? You think moving into Black Sea and then supporting itself in the future?
I think, yeah, you actually are probably right there. The only reason why you would, because of course Turkey has 2 units to go into Black Sea with, you can't even bounce that out. You would need to then issue a support back in time to bounce them out, and they can just cut that from Black Sea in this timeline. In this phase. Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
Is that considered 2 separate provinces?
Black
Sea in the current timeline? Like, if...
Yeah.
In our hypothetical situation, so if this fleet... we're talking about another hypothetical world here. Sorry, guys. So
it's not a tangent, it's an alternate timeline. It's fine.
So if in spring of 02, Fleet Sevastopol had moved into Black Sea, then in fall of 02, if Fleet Sevastopol had supported Fleet Sevastopol in the past into Black Sea, but in fall of 1902, that the fleet in Black Sea taps Sevastopol in its same timeline, so that's fall of 02, it then cuts the support, even though it's supporting into Black Sea, because it's supporting into Black Sea on the previous timeline.
It's no longer cutting the support against itself, it's cutting the support against its past self.
Yeah.
Which is therefore different.
I'm going to do a very whistle-stop tour of some of the diplomacy support rules, just for people who might not be familiar with that, right? In diplomacy, I mean, you probably have figured this out by now, but a support adds 1 strength to the order that it's supporting. So, for example, this unit in Constantinople is making this unit strength 2. Importantly, if you attack a unit that is supporting something, it will almost always cut that support and mean that support doesn't give the 1 strength to that unit. So if we had, say, a unit in Bulgaria that attacks Constantinople here, that removes this support, and then this unit is back to 1 strength. The main exception to that is if you tap it from the province that it's supporting a move against. So if you have Black Sea here, tap Constantinople to try and remove that support, it's not going to work because the support is against that unit itself. So what Ezio is saying here is that because these 2 are technically different provinces, even though they're the same, that rule doesn't apply. You are technically tapping a different unit. You're tapping it with a different province, even though it is the same province. 5D diplomacy is weird. Is the way to really summarize all of this.
There's multiple different ways of helping your past self, basically, is what we're saying here.
Yes, exactly. You can do a lot. And I guess all of this is actually just showing that I think Ezio and Lynx are correct over me in this situation, because these fleets have given them a massive advantage. That I wouldn't have had if I went with my instinct and went army. So, hey.
God, you can cut supports from adjacent provinces back in time.
Yes, you absolutely
can. We do need to consider, in this scenario, Timeline 2, Spring 02 as well. Is there anything there that could go back and cut a support or involve, or add more supports or do something there? Because the moves in this board will be happening simultaneously with the moves the furthest forward Timeline 1 as well.
Yes. And hey, if they'd have moved... sorry, by the way, that this fleet is in Green Province. This is because of the way I screenshotted stuff. I think I had this unit selected when I did. But if this fleet had been in Aegean Sea, it could technically move up to this Constantinople to cut it. In which case, maybe Russia moving here would make sense, because then they bounce doing that. But I don't think Italy is going to waste the time doing that, probably. there's surprisingly few supports, all things considered, on this board. You can see in the West in particular, no one is supporting anything, right? England is just YOLOing their units into the lowlands, and usually you'd want to, because you know North Sea can't be tapped by anything except Holland, you would probably want to have it issuing a support, because you know that that support's not going to get cut, and maybe that gets your army into here. There is one attempted support that we need to talk about.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't even notice this when I was watching this first time, but yeah, it is another painful move in retrospect.
Yeah, I noticed this in the video, right? It was just... because I looked at this and I went, hang on, Vale should be out of the English Channel, and he doesn't get knocked out of the English Channel here, right? And then I looked at the lines and it's like, oh, hang on, that's a convoy. Teddy issued a convoy of his fleet into the English Channel, which is not a valid move at all. But if this had been a support, I think he would have been in a much better place on this next turn.
How do retreats work?
Oliver, I think I'm going to throw that one over to you.
Yeah, I can take that. So we'll see. I don't think there were any retreats from this one, but we'll see. There were some later in the game. So retreats are not... They're really kind of independent from the timeline mechanics for the most part. So you can only retreat to a place on your own board, just because adding the ability to time travel to retreats would make them super ultra powerful. They could just walk somewhere without any resistance. So yeah, after all of the orders for a particular turn have gone through, and that could be on build winter boards with builds, or on main phase turns with the moves and everything else. After all those have gone through, then you'll see that units become highlighted in red to indicate that they need to have a retreat assigned, and then they retreat on their own board, just as if it had moved there in the first place in that turn anyway.
Yeah, I think another important thing about it is if you split off a new timeline from that board, then you get a new retreat with the unit, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that. I think that this was done because of the implementation being slightly simpler. But basically, if there's like a chain of orders linked to a board in the present that involves a retreat that has already happened, then you get the opportunity to do that retreat again, which is perhaps a questionable design decision, but it's quite complex to change that the way the code is written.
Yeah, just retreats in general were a little bit awkward to handle, I think.
I mean, that's what caused the crash in our first playtest, was a retreat happening at the same time as a build, and the build doing the build twice and creating two units in the same place.
Oh, right. I don't think I ever knew what caused that. That's quite cool to know. But
I'm fairly sure that's what it was.
But yeah, so that retreat thing actually does affect this board a little bit towards the end game. I remember that I think this was actually before certain retreat changes had been implemented, maybe? I don't know if you implemented them after this, actually. But there are a couple of timelines where they spawn off a new timeline and the unit gets auto-disbanded instead of taking the original retreat that it went for, because they just didn't look at the board again during the retreat phase, and they had the opportunity to enter a new retreat.
But of course, if they disband as opposed to adding a new retreat, then that creates a different resolution of the board, and therefore a different split of the timeline. So retreats, even though they cannot move across dimensions, they can split new timelines.
Yeah, well, I think in that case they had split off a new timeline from the board, and well, we can talk about it when we get there. It's all very complicated and not very relevant to what's going on right now. The other things I wanted to mention on this board are Italy heavily mobilizing west, right? Which I think is a really good idea. You want to try and expand that front on this timeline at the same time as you're trying to get into Turkey on this timeline, right? Going different directions, fantastic.
I mean, we haven't spoken much about the diplomacy aspect of all of this, because that's a prime example where you run the risk of both Turkey and France being your enemies everywhere if you attack one in one place and the other in somewhere else. Do you think that's a worthwhile thing to do?
It's an interesting one, right? When I went into the playtest, I think I was of the opinion, hey, we are gonna basically treat every timeline as its own thing because I'm gonna need to attack certain people on, like, I'm gonna need to attack everyone eventually, right? Everyone who's next to me on some timeline somewhere. So the way we end up working together in certain places if we ignore the fact that I'm attacking you in another place. I think I went in with that opinion, and certain neighbors didn't go in with that opinion, and it leads to a little bit of clashing. At the end of the day, it's about figuring out what your neighbor thinks and how they'll think about it, because if they'll let you get away with something like that, then it's fine, and if they won't, then it can be a problem. Much like anything in diplomacy, it's all about the people. I think in this case, it's not so bad, because if you're attacking... so France is likely to have more problems in the north, especially given the fact that these players are gunboating here, right? So I don't think they would send their units south on the timeline where you're going after Turkey. But that might be specific to this situation. Ezio, I'm curious if you have opinions on that.
About working with people in multiple timelines, or working each timeline independently?
I think attacking a lot of people off the bat on various... basically attacking one person on one timeline, attacking a different person on the other, and then trusting those people to not attack you where you need to not be attacked, right?
I mean, I don't think that I would go for that approach on my first... I think on my first playthrough, I would try to get a solid ally and just do my normal diplomacy stuff. Work with people, get them to attack each other, try to get them to attack me, see an opportunity to take some dots. I would almost certainly approach it like that. I do know that my thoughting tendencies would get the better of me very quickly, because I would be just saying, oh, I'm just going to end up in Silesia, because who knows? I'll find something, right?
There's so many more dots in the past to go for as well.
Right, exactly. Look at all of the opportunities that are just there, and like, oh, it'll be fine. So I'm sure I wouldn't actually make friends with everyone, but I don't know, if I smile enough and compliment their hair, right? They probably will let me take their dots. So.
I think this actually wraps back around to Oliver's initial point of trading centers, like agreeing to trade centers, right? Because if you have that agreement going, that essentially serves as an equivalent for you attacking them, but it doesn't annoy them, which is perfect.
See, I've made the world a more peaceful place. People are no longer at war with each other, they're just trading.
Indeed. Alright, I think we're definitely about done talking about this board. The builds, I guess there's not a huge amount to talk about here, apart from, I think there are two builds that are, well, okay, one build that's maybe questionable, but is probably fine, and one build that I would absolutely never do in this position. Ezio, I'm curious if you can spot them.
I mean, Army Naples is a misorder.
Yeah, that was the one.
That's a misorder. You can't tell me that's a real build. That's just a misorder, and it's fine. Misorders happen.
I would love to say that it is, but there's gonna be a lot of Army Naples over the course of this game.
I mean, but it's misorders happen. All right, that's fine.
All right, we'll give Novel the benefit of the doubt this time around, I suppose.
Obviously, Fleet Naples is better than Army Naples. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't no one argue about that, please, for the love of God.
The other one I was looking at was Fleet St. Petersburg South Coast, which is justifiable, but I feel like North Coast would have been far better here. I'm curious if you agree.
I mean, it's a different direction of play, right? This is saying, hey, I'm planning on going after Germany, and I think that's somewhat reasonable. England looks super weak on this board, and you can probably get them to just sell you Denmark anyways, so no reason to antagonize them, just move to get to Baltic Sea. I could see you make the argument, hey, England is weak, let me just build a fleet in the North Coast and look to just crush them. Go to, like, Skagerrak, Sweden, and Norway, and that'd be a solid line too, for sure. But I think both directions can work quite effectively here, so I'm not willing to say which one is better. Like, depends on vibes.
That's fair enough, I guess. Sorry, go ahead.
To me, I think I would definitely go North Coast in this case. So we've spoken about before about the opportunities that Russia had to get closer to Germany that she didn't take, and as a result, I don't know. To me, Germany does not look like a sensible thing to attack in the current position. At least going by normal diplomacy, the rules of you have to deal with Austria and Turkey, or well, okay, Turkey's on sign, but Austria does not appear to be. So yeah, I would prefer to go North Coast. I think.
I'd agree with you. Actually, looking at this now that you've said that about Austria and Turkey, I think I would have preferred Army Moscow here, just because.
Also possible.
Yeah, just because the Austrian line is so weak. You really want to be taking advantage of that, and you've already got a strong north on the other timeline, right?
Dude, because Army Moscow here, right? Austria has 2 fleets, and it's winter of 01. This never happens.
Literally
right?
never, because it can't.
We found the one timeline among the 14 million where it has happened.
Yeah, well, it's just, I mean, sorry, yeah, it never happens. Whenever I say never, I'm always talking about standard diplomacy, I realize. But you know that Austria's not building, you know that he has 2 fleets. So I think putting down an extra army to capitalize on the weak Austria is really strong. Yeah. Yeah, I really like Army Moscow here, actually, man. Meme found a time.
Yeah, but that also wasn't the first thing I spotted. I was initially thinking Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, so I definitely don't blame Maybe for not spotting that one.
Okay, I don't blame anyone for any mistake they make in this game. Let's be clear.
yes.
We're playing 5D diplomacy. This was, I think, everyone's first time doing it, and these people don't play diplomacy normally. So
they do play some diplomacy, but yeah, certainly not at the level that we usually do. That sounds
I would accept myself from that. It's probably the same level as me.
I mean, you've played Media Wars with us, right? This is
Yeah, I mean, I only survived the first one because I was Turkey.
Oh, fair enough. But yeah, they do play it a lot, but they play it within their own meta usually, right? I feel like we might have ruined that a little bit with our commentaries, because.
Yeah, but I didn't see the convoy to Sweden. I was looking forward to the convoy to Sweden.
For reference there, if you haven't watched the other video, they had a habit of doing a convoy in the north, right, which didn't make much sense from our perspective because of the meta that we're used to, but it just happened every game in their games, which was very cool. But yeah, it's not happening anymore, it seems.
Well, I mean, this was one game. We'll see. They can return to it. I also think if you can get Germany to agree to DMZ Denmark and take Denmark in the fall, the convoy to Sweden is a lot better. It makes a lot more sense. So,
yeah,
I'm excited.
I also do want to say, like, it's not just that we've broken containment for them of their meta. It's also, like, some of them are playing in actual competitive diplomacy games now. Chamber, if you go to the Imperial Diplomacy Discord server, he is playing in Imperial Diplomacy now, so they have been exposed to the wider diplomacy meta.
So he probably was reading from the source when he looked at the Key Lepanto opening he went for.
Yeah, it does seem quite likely. It's very cool to see, and then it also, in a sense, makes me sad, because I really don't want them to just go towards the meta plays, but then their Valefisk friend, I don't think they're going to go towards the meta plays anyway. I think they're going to do whatever makes each other, like, rage the most.
Yeah, if their definition of meta is Key Lepanto, fine.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I forgot to mention this earlier as well, but these two players, right, Chamber and Novel, there is actually a Valefisk video where he made a Portal 2 chamber, and like the entire theme of that video is the fact that these two can never work together. They're completely terrible at it. So seeing them doing a Key Lepanto is just amazing. I feel like it disproves that video, even.
Well, no, I don't know, knowing what happens later on in the game.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Perhaps it still confirms it.
Alright, is there anything else either of you want to talk about on this phase? I'll take that as a no.
Nothing from me.
Let's go ahead to the next one. Oh, I forgot to crop this image. Okay. We have a lot more moves. Mainly I've got to like zoom in a little bit to try and see what people are doing. But Oliver, on the crossboard moves, is there anything you want to talk about first?
Give me a second to take it in here. So we've got more invalid diagonal supports, unfortunately.
Yeah. Shall I just list what they are quickly? So
Yeah.
this one I think is attempting to do something that's really smart if this move was valid, which is slip into a province that you know someone else is moving out of on another timeline, right? Which is great if you do it orthogonally. It's not great if you do it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some examples where that does work later on when they are orthogonal moves. But yeah, this is not one of them.
Yes. But this is the first time we see Chamber realize that that's a possibility, I think. And we will definitely see him try and do that again in future. This way, they're both trying to support their own units, so this Eastern Mediterranean fleet is trying to support this Ionian fleet into the Aegean. Ignore this. This is a troll move that he made constantly through the game, I think just to annoy us as commentators. This Greece fleet is trying to support this Romania unit down into Bulgaria, both of which really smart moves if they were on the orthogonal plane.
And again, to help me out here, they're writing both of these orders simultaneously, right?
Yes.
Because that's almost certainly what's causing some of the confusion here.
Yeah.
It's because they're like writing both of these orders at the same time, and they're like, oh, I have this unit here on this timeline, and we're in the time travel diplomacy game. Surely they can support each other around. And so while they're writing them at the same time, things get hectic.
You just put in, hey, I'm moving Romania to Bulgaria. Oh, I'm also ordering my Greece fleet. I guess I'll support that. But after this turn, I think they figure out that they can't do diagonal moves. So that's nice.
I recall someone shouting at them to they can't do diagonal in the video at this point. So yeah.
Yep. The other cross-dimensional moves are actually really interesting because they're both doing exactly the same thing, but in opposite directions. So, Oliver, do you want to talk about that?
Well, yeah, we can start with the new way to get into the Black Sea, which is to support your past self in, as Lynx is doing here. And I think I commented in the reaction, but it just seemed like they were fighting over the Black Sea for so long and trying all the possible different combinations of getting in there. This one is obviously useful for, it's obviously useful for Turkey. I do wonder, in the long run, whether it might have made sense to actually move to Armenia instead. Obviously, it sacrifices the, getting into the Black Sea, but there was a bounce in the Black Sea anyway, so it's not like Russia's got any forward momentum there. But it does mean that you've got a fleet in the Black Sea area much quicker than you might have done otherwise.
Oh, do you mean moving this one to that Armenia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. It does mean that you won't have a build if you get a build on this timeline, right? Which is...
Yeah, okay, maybe that's all a moot point then.
I mean, it's the downside mainly because this fleet is coming in here. I think if that wasn't the case, then it would be great to put another fleet here, but... I think I prefer the support, generally speaking, on this one.
Yeah, I think I do too. I'm just thinking what other options could have been.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, moving back is always an option to consider. I think it's it can work out super well. I don't like getting fleets trapped in the Black Sea long term, just because it's... unless your entire purpose on this new timeline is to just conquer everything around the Black Sea, right? If you have a bunch of fleets in this area, they're never going anywhere, right? They can.
Well, I think that could be a genuine strategy that you could just designate that you'll take everything around the Black Sea timeline, and once it, focus on other places elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely see that. And in that case, you don't really need to care about this Italian fleet because you're just like, okay, well, this is all I'm focused on for this entire time. So yeah, I think that would definitely work. Is there anything else you want to talk about with regard to this move?
I don't think there is. But was there anything else interesting from you guys about that move?
Well, I kind of wanted to compare it to the equivalent move in the other direction, but if you want to talk about this one first, I guess it's kind of the same as we've already seen.
Well, yeah, that move is the same as before, and I recall they started complaining a lot about how they just had to make the same set of moves over and over again because so many timelines were so similar. So that this was perhaps the start of that.
I think in this case there's a real difference, though. There's a massive difference, which is...
Yeah, there's no fleet in Constantinople.
Yeah, Army Constantinople makes such an incredible difference to this because you're making an uncounterable support. Unless Austria wants to tap you, of course, on this timeline. But is Austria going to help Turkey? Probably not.
Well, I mean, you're not going to... Well, yeah, either Austria will tap you immediately, in which case they're guessing that you're making the support anyway, or they just can't do anything. That support is happening no matter what you do with it.
Yeah. So this fleet can't get in is the good thing. The funny thing about it is they're both spending so much effort cross timeline to try and get into the Black Sea when they could have just walked in because they were both doing it.
I think they commented on that in the video that they were just surprised that in one timeline it was completely empty.
Yes, it was hilarious. But maybe has indeed guaranteed that she can get in on this one, unless, well, I guess that timeline's already progressed, so I guess it is guaranteed here. So, yeah, I quickly wanted to talk about the difference between doing this and doing that, right? Which is that this one creates a new timeline where you're in the Black Sea. This one keeps you in the Black Sea on the same timeline. They have... I guess we already kind of talked about it when I discussed Timeline 1. They each have their own advantages and disadvantages. This is the big thing. You have to think about how much you value this timeline versus that one, and so on.
It's perhaps less crucial as they go down in timelines. Like, Timeline 2 is not as crucial a timeline as 1.
Yes. I think I completely agree with that. And also, especially when you start going down a long way, because quite often those timelines are quite isolated. They don't have anything immediately above or below them to move to, right? So on those, you just end up playing standard 5D diplomacy where you can only time travel and not cross multiverse travel. So those ones end up being less important, but the timeline one is definitely the most important one, and then I think timeline 2 probably second most after that. As you go down,
Yeah, I have just thought of a possible counter argument to that, which is that timeline 1, I guess it can't walk into any other timelines at all because it will always be ahead of them, whereas timeline 2 can. It won't be able to walk into timeline 3 because it will always be ahead of timeline 3, but it could walk into timeline 1.
That is absolutely true, actually. I
mean,
guess
it's definitely it's still a excellent point that it is timeline 1 will always be the furthest forward and therefore carries a lot of weight. But I don't know whether that's actually counteracted somewhat by that ability.
I guess the most important thing on Timeline 1 is you have a relatively secure position that you can split off a lot of new timelines from by moving to it, right? But then that secure position can't do very much to split off timelines by itself, so it has the downside. That's a fantastic point, actually. I hadn't considered that so much.
I'm sure there's a lot we've not considered about 5D diplomacy.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the most fun things about it, though. When you're just dumped into a completely new environment, you have to figure out what the hell is the meta, rather than just following the meta that you already know or have read from articles. It's just a really fun...
Ezio, how are you doing, considering that's basically what we've done to you here?
Yep. Yep.
Alright, well, I guess that's all the cross-dimensional moves, right? Shall we look at the individual?
I mean, we can see what became of the cross-dimensional ones that happened before. So yeah, as we said, you can just support to defend that fleet no matter what, since you've seen the support already happen.
Yeah, and they supported to defend the army here as well, which could have been cut, but they decided, well, you would need Italy to cut it, and I guess Italy is going to prioritize their own growth over yours, is the problem there.
Wait, but if Serbia supported the attack and it would still go through.
Yes, but Serbia unfortunately issues a support hold to Romania instead of a support move, so it doesn't.
You think
end up
that's a misorder?
It's either a misorder or a miscommunication.
I mean, Italy saw the support from the previous phase, right? So
Yeah.
it was kind of clear what Serbia was supposed to be doing, quote unquote, supposed to.
Well, you don't have to follow through on your own support, though, as we said earlier. Maybe Austria changed their mind.
Well, no, Austria did, right? Right,
Yeah,
Romania
right,
is
yeah.
attacking Bulgaria here.
Yes. Oh, I completely forgot this
did
as
I?
well. I can't remember if it's Italy who majorly has this problem, but there are a couple of powers on this game who don't realize that you can't support hold a moving unit. So if in diplomacy, if you issue a support hold, it's only valid if the unit you're support holding is doing an order that is not moving. If it's moving, then the support instantly becomes invalid and it doesn't defend that unit. But throughout the game, actually it is Italy because they're doing the exact same thing here, right? They're issuing a support hold to Ionian Sea and then moving Ionian Sea into the Aegean. That means that this order is irrelevant. So I think what Italy was trying to do here was make sure Russia couldn't take Austria's dot if Austria gets bounced back out of here. But it doesn't work that way.
Oof.
Yeah. I did notice one other cross-dimensional move as I was saying that, which is a really good one, actually. Here.
Yes, this is how Valefisk finally takes Belgium.
Yes. We can see that he's got Belgium all the way down in here, right? And he got his army off his homeland despite the initial misorder, which is nice.
I do, again, we're speaking about timelines, certain timelines being more important than others, but I do wonder what would have happened had he used the original North Sea fleet to support him on the same turn.
Yeah, as in just ended up in Belgium in this phase instead of in the next one.
He said, I don't know whether it was here or earlier on, he said he was just abandoning Timeline 1 and focusing on other ones. I wonder whether getting Belgium in that one would have been perhaps wasted in that case because he was, hadn't got anywhere near Norway or something.
I mean, I think the big issue was that he lost North Sea on this timeline, and that made him throw it in the towel, right?
All right. Yeah, maybe afterwards.
So maybe if he'd have had Belgium, I don't know, the extra center definitely does something psychologically, right? You say, oh, I've got 4 centers on this timeline, I think I'm safe. But then you don't want to make this retreat. This is a painful retreat because you can't defend your homeland anymore. Although, in 5D, actually, this is probably a really good retreat because it lets you try and interact with, like, Norway and Sweden on all of these different builds, or if you're evacuating it south.
Yeah, you're still thinking in the normal diplomacy terms. Defense doesn't matter.
Yeah. There's no point in defending the British Isles here. You may as well go YOLO it.
He does get quite worked up over the fact that he's about to lose Edinburgh once he realises it doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, I really like this support into Belgium, get the army finally mobilized and get it off that timeline onto the new one. So this one can hopefully go a little bit better for him. Another move on this board I really don't like, which isn't cross-dimensional, is this move right here. Ezio, do you want to talk about why this is bad?
Oh god. It's bad because Spain North Coast is not a good place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to go more? I don't really
you don't
know,
have to.
Mid-Atlantic Ocean is great. Spain North Coast is bad. Moving from a good place to a bad place is not generally a thing you want to do. That's basically about as much as I want to go into this.
Okay, how about every time we see Teddy move to Spain North Coast, you give one more fact about why Spain North Coast is bad. Because it's going to happen a lot this game.
Oh man. Okay, Spain North Coast only borders 3 provinces.
Yep. Alright, that's all you're getting for this one. The other move here, Teddy is moving into Picardy with the fleet. You generally don't want to do that. That's a much more useful place for an army to be, and the fleet is very pinned in when it's there. Because the fleet in English Channel just kind of locks it into position. If you can get it into Belgium, it's alright, but then you need another fleet to back it up. Basically, what I'm saying is it would have been a lot nicer here to force English Channel, maybe try and bounce Italy out with this unit, but clearly he wants to take Portugal. But then defense isn't that important, so just stay in Portugal and hope he doesn't go for Spain. And then push forward this way. I realise, actually, you probably do need to defend Spain here, so just self-bounce here or something. Just don't put the fleet into Spain North Coast.
Or even just go South Coast instead, surely. Even that's better.
South Coast is much better.
I feel like we're stealing all the facts from Ezio about Spain North Coast here.
Oh,
We're gonna have to come up with some new ones.
Sorry, we will move along to other things. Ezio, is there any other anything else on this board you want to talk about?
I mean, the biggest thing on this board, in my opinion, is Germany getting into the North Sea and then the retreat into Skagerrak, which you guys highlighted already. I think in standard diplomacy, this retreat into Skagerrak would be really bad. Whereas in 5D, because you want to take unique centers among different timelines, I think it makes sense to have diverse positions. Like, when you're talking about how people are complaining about having to input the same moves over and over again, I think that's because they're each doing what I'm kind of doing here and thinking about each board in a vacuum. Whereas if you're trying to think about, for optimal play, you want to think about your position in all of the different timelines, and you want them all to be diverse. Like we've been talking about, you want to have one position as England where you're crushing France, one position as England where you're crushing Russia, and one position as England where you're crushing Germany. And if you can do that, it doesn't matter how bad your positions look in, frankly, all of the other timelines. As long as you have a few timelines where you're going well and making your front, you're going to have a good time. So here, yes, you're conceding Edinburgh in this timeline, but this might create a timeline where you're actually going to hold Sweden, for example.
Yeah, completely agree. I also did want to say this move here is not valid. You can't swap the position of two units in diplomacy unless one of them is going by a convoy. That's, again, a very common mistake when you're starting out the game or when you've not been playing it in like a meta environment. Especially because I think Valefisk's friend play a lot on Tabletop Simulator, which doesn't have its own adjudicator, right? So they have to figure out what the results are for themselves. Something like this can slip through quite often.
I think they did do that move and count it as a valid move at one point in the last game. I think it was Romania and Bulgaria swapping places or something.
Very possible. I think there was definitely an animated graphic that showed that happening, and then when we looked at the orders themselves, they actually were slightly different. But yeah, you can't do that. And I would not be surprised if this has been done multiple times on Tabletop Simulator. Alright, so over to this board. Again, we're going to see the Italian trying to support hold something that's moving. But yeah, in terms of actual moves, Ezio, do you want to talk about anything here?
I mean, this board looks very chaotic, and again, the East just looks like a mystery. This Austria has two fleets. How, why, what? And then Army, Naples, oh.
Diplomacy didn't train us for this.
Now you mention it, yeah, why is Albania just supporting Greece? It could have done anything else. Not that.
That is a very good question.
The only justification I can think is they were preparing for timeline 3 to catch up, and potentially people from there want to attack Greece.
That's so true. I didn't think of that. Because throwing on extra supports that aren't strictly necessary in this current timeline is actually important because it makes the center harder to take.
I mean, I say that, I don't think that they would be in a position to do anything about it anyway, once that timeline did catch up. But yeah, that is something extra to consider.
Timeline.
You know what? It's because they're thinking that you can do things over diagonal boards, right?
Oh, of
So
course.
they're defending this against, for example, this Greece supporting this to Greece, I think. But it's a very good spot that this is something that can massively help you if you need to defend against the timeline that's going to catch up with you. I had not thought about that at all.
That feels like a very advanced play, I will say. So, is it a misorder or is it an advanced play? Who knows?
I think also, like, as Austria here, as Italy, they've probably said, hey, Austria, don't go to Ionian Sea. I would probably want to go to Ionian Sea anyway here, because you get Tunis at worst case, and you can say to Italy, hey, that army isn't doing anything, we can convoy it to Syria if I put my fleet out into Ionian. But so he was probably just trying to find something to do with this fleet that didn't involve going into Ionian Sea. Realistically, if you want to do that, you're probably best trying to slip this into Aegean and backfilling Greece with this one, because at least you bounce this Turkish fleet, which in this case you would have actually gotten in, because that Turkish fleet held. So, yeah. It's an interesting spot. I'm not sure I like the Russia shuffle everything up north either. But then I'm not thinking in 5 dimensions, because this is hyper-focusing Russia on this area, and maybe that's what you want to do in this timeline, right? Maybe that's what you want to be your focus.
Yeah, I mean, it's very cohesive, whatever. It works well with Fleet, St. Pete, South Coast. That says I'm attacking Germany in this timeline, and so might as well actually attack Germany with everything you got.
Mm-hmm. Oliver, sorry, did you want to say something?
I do wonder, so we see Germany moving forward at the same time. I wonder whether it might have been worth waiting for that to happen first, and then if you do get into Prussia, in this case, you have an empty Berlin to step into on the next turn, but then that assumes that Germany won't try and bounce you out of Berlin if they also spot that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you kind of do have an empty Berlin. If you move this Prussia back to this Berlin, because that army is vacating it at the same time, you do get in, right?
Yes. Yeah, Germany has to not spot that and bounce it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, but even if they do spot it and they cover it with their army in Silesia, then you can just walk into Berlin in the current timeline.
This is why defense is useless, right? In order to protect
Defending
this
isn't
province,
possible. Just attack.
Germany would need to commit 1 unit to defending Berlin on this time in this phase, and 1 unit to defending it here. It's just so much easier to say, all right, Russia, you can have that. You know what? You win that one.
Yeah, so this is okay. Yeah, this is a better set of moves than I thought it was.
This is timeline 2, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's sad to lose timeline 2, obviously, but I mean, it's fine, right? Oh, fine. Congratulations, you got me. Give me other timelines. Let's go. I'll throw to you in this timeline, but you throw to me in another one. Efficiency.
So, a really neat thing I like about this move here as well, Ukraine backfilling Warsaw, I'm not sure this was deliberate so much as, this is probably just to get position, but it also means that this German unit can't do the same thing that you're doing to Berlin. It can't go back in time to Warsaw, because it would just bounce that Russian unit out. So it's nice protection on your center in that way.
Does Germany have any allies on this board?
That...
Or are they currently surrounded by people? Because I'm wondering, they could... All of your descriptions of how they could defend themselves, they would be difficult if they also have to fight England. But I can't tell what the relationship is to England in this case.
So I believe that Germany just was gunboating this, so probably the answer is no allies at all. In which case, yeah, this is very, very problematic. I mean, you can see that they're gunboating it from this Belgian bounce again. But yeah, this is certainly not a position you'd want to be in as Germany on a normal board. Just not having Denmark removes so much flexibility from you, and then, of course, everyone surrounding you is just pain. Although you can go back in time from Bohemia into this Vienna, and then you have like a pincer attack on this Austrian area. So many more possibilities in 5D.
But once again, it's sacrificing one timeline for advantage on another.
Yes. All right. We have looked at that. I think that's more or less everything there is to look at, because these timelines only just spawned. Right? Are you guys both good for me to move ahead?
Let's see some more moves.
All right. I have to zoom out to get the arrow to show up. Here we go. I remember to crop this one. Oh God. No.
And so it begins.
This was the most painful part. Okay. So the one I want to zoom in on here is the support from English Channel into Brest. So English Channel Timeline 2 into Brest Timeline 4. Because in the video, Valefisk thinks that works because he gets into Brest. However, he gets into Brest because Teddy has moved out, not because his support worked. His support is still invalid.
Yep.
And I think that might have convinced him that it would be a valid move to do later on as well, and this kind of thing is valid elsewhere.
Yeah, this is the problem of learning the rules as you go along, right? I think they just thought, yeah, this is now something I'm going to do over and over and over again. It is slightly painful. So, remember, you can only move one in each direction, right? That is still the case even if there's no board in that slot. So this doesn't count as the board below that one. There is a board between it that's just not there yet.
Yeah, this is a case where your eyes do in fact trick you. Kind of. I mean, there is the gap there, but
And I've had a lot of people ask, well, why don't you just disallow invalid orders when you're entering them? So why would you even allow someone to enter a move that goes from timeline 2 to timeline 4 in this case? The reason is that once timeline 3 catches up, there's a possibility that there could be a convoy on that board that means that move is valid. So, we don't want to stop people entering those orders because they may be doing some advanced 5D technique where they're waiting for a convoy to appear. It would actually cause it to succeed.
Although support still, right? You could maybe say which couldn't go 2 timelines apart, but let moves and convoys do it. But if you can interact with the other board, I don't know, it's tough.
It is really tough. I think maybe the best solution for it would be if there was a way to issue a specific I'm moving this army via convoy order, and then it opens up the rest of the board to be clicked on. But I know, because I worked with you a bit on the adjudicator, right? Diplomacy in general is a massively complicated thing to adjudicate. It becomes even more complicated if you start doing things like that. So
Yep.
Yeah, and also, guys, we're playing 5D diplomacy. Did anyone think we were going to have this game without misorders? We knew what we were getting into.
They seem to enjoy it regardless of all the misorders.
I hope they did.
So yeah, just to list some of the things that they tried to do here, Eastern Mediterranean attempting to support Ionian into East. It does actually work, because this this unit is unopposed anyway. This Black Sea attempts to support itself into Black Sea again, which actually isn't even necessary unless you think this Sevastopol is going... Sorry, this Sevastopol is supporting that Sevastopol into Black Sea. Isn't necessarily unless you think this one is going to be cut by an Austrian unit or by something down here, I suppose. Just because there's not enough Turkish fleets here to oppose this anyway. But again, this works, so actually looking at this, I hadn't realised quite how many of these supports, the moves that they were trying to support, actually worked. Maybe the one exception is this Russian army in Warsaw attempting to support its counterpart over here into Cilicia and not actually getting in. So, yeah, lots of moves there that set the tone of times to come with people trying to do this kind of thing. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really here that we need to talk about.
I think most of the other boards for this turn were builds, it turned out.
yeah, this one here got a few builds on it. Again, a St. Petersburg South Coast fleet, which I think I can totally justify it in this position if you're looking at this board as an independent board, but the fact that you're already focused hard on Germany in this board makes me think that it's maybe less useful here. You probably want to be going in a different direction. Although Germany is completely open here, so maybe going for them on this board too is fine for builds.
I'd also like to note that the build of the fleet in Smyrna there, that failed. So that's why it's red.
Yes.
But yeah, just to make that clear for anyone.
They were testing your adjudicators to see if it would let them cheat.
I'd thought of that. Fine.
I think the other builds here are completely reasonable. All of the cross-timeline travels between these two boards, and none of it worked. So, I guess we just have the actual board state itself to talk about. So, Ezio, is there anything that stands out to you here?
I mean, unfortunate from Russia to bounce in Berlin instead of just supporting themselves to Silesia, but it's fine. Miscasses are going to happen, and their position still did improve. The unfortunate thinking that Norway can support the attack into Denmark also, that one hurts. But still, getting Bothnia into Baltic Sea means that this position from Russia against Germany is going to improve as time passes. So things will work out. And meanwhile, France is just sitting there in the back, slowly getting a better position. If this was the only game we were looking at, things would be very good for France. But this is 5D, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Austria did get into Ionian, which is a really good sign for Italy, I think. But also, Italy needs to get their armies out of the Italian peninsula and get them out active to help against Germany / to take more centers.
Yeah.
Oh god, you said they were building more army Naples. If they put down army Naples here, oh no.
I don't remember whether they do on this one or not. I guess we'll see. But it would put it in position to get convoyed. It must be the right move, right? I do love the lack of Italian-Austrian coordination here. Italy tries to support Austria into Bulgaria, and it wouldn't have worked anyway because Turkey was playing defensively, but Austria just ignores it. And I was critiquing this fleet in Picardy before because I said it would get trapped. This is a really good place to get it to, if you build another fleet in Brest or cover Brest in some way and then push your fleet up, because it gives you pressure on the North Sea. So I'm happy with where he has gotten it to eventually.
I'm curious to ask you two. Obviously, at this point, they were mostly gunboating. But England, Germany, Russia, if this was a normal game, what would your approach be with the alliance structure up there, I guess, for any of the powers?
I think as Russia, you just say, hey, I'm bigger and stronger than you guys. Work with me against the other, and I might leave you alive. Like in a standard game of diplomacy. But in a standard game of diplomacy, here as Russia, I wouldn't expect either of them to work with you. I would expect England and Germany to start coordinating. But I think France is still going to sit in the back. And with all of these armies and fleets in position, England and Germany are going to crumble sooner rather than later. Tactically, I don't think they have a good line to hold in the long run.
Yeah, they're just going to get sandwiched out by the two powers. As France, it might... if Russia was completely dominating this board and doing well in the south as well, you might just want to hang back and let these two defend themselves and go south. But I think with Russia doing so badly in the south here, you are perfectly happy to just walk in and take centers here and then let Russia take these ones on this side. Just crush both powers. Russia and France are best friends in diplomacy quite often, for exactly that reason.
As we found in the last Media Wars game.
Yes, indeed. It's a good time.
Looking at this now, the fleet in Mid-Atlantic, I guess, but in standard diplomacy world, a random walk into the Irish Sea may not be the best idea, because obviously you leave yourself open to England coming in from behind. In 5D diplomacy world, obviously this is one of their stronger timelines. Is it still... Is it worth trying for that? Because you can potentially get Liverpool completely unopposed.
I'd be really tempted to go back in time. Right? If you have the option to go to spring of 02, right?
To Irish Sea spring of 02?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, actually that's incredible. If you'd have kept this army in Gascony instead of Marseille anyway.
I mean, even still, right? You're gonna get it this year on whatever timeline spawns out of that.
That is true, but so this runs into the issue that I was gonna say in terms of going up to Irish Sea with the lone fleet. It's not just that it leaves Mid-Atlantic Ocean undefended, it's also that once you get into Liverpool, you kind of can't go any further with that fleet, right? You're pinned down defending it, usually against the British army that's just stuck here and tapping it constantly. And even if backup arrives, what's your fleet in Liverpool gonna do? Can't really support anything anywhere, because in diplomacy, fleets have to stay on the coast that they're on, right? They can't get into Liverpool from here, for example. So it's just kind of a useless unit once it gets there. What you see far more often in competitive diplomacy is France coming up with 2 fleets into Irish Sea and Mid-Atlantic, which is why I said Ezio's plan of moving back here is genius. And then convoying their army up into Liverpool, because an army in the British mainland can do a lot. It can completely demolish England. So if they'd have kept this unit in Spain or Gascony, or moved any of these units to somewhere convoyable, I think moving this to here is genius. But yeah.
I think either way, right? It's like we have a fleet that's not getting us a dot or really defending a dot, and it's in a fall turn, so we might as well move it out of this timeline, rebuild it. We put a fleet down in Brest, I guess. Seems totally fine. But then we just also have an extra fleet, and then in the new timeline that gets created, we just have an extra fleet in Liverpool. Like, that seems pretty good, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, if you get the convoy up, obviously, then you completely crush England. But yeah, the convoy is impossible in this timeline, in this particular position.
Yeah.
Unless you move an army back, right? Because you could do that. You can move like Burgundy or Marseille also back into the timeline, into Gascony, right?
That is true.
If there was another fleet anywhere around...
Go ahead, sorry, Oliver.
If there was another fleet around anywhere in the present of that board as well, that could be part of the convoy too. If there's only an army that's
yeah, exactly. There's that fleet in Mid-Atlantic Ocean in spring of 1902 right now. So if you like moved Marseille, if in these turns we'd moved Marseille and Mid-Atlantic Ocean back to spring of 02 into Gascony and Irish Sea, respectively, then there's that convoy, and then we could do the whole thing that Neem was talking about. Beautiful.
Yeah, but I was talking more as if the fleet could be part of the convoy in the past and the present simultaneously. If for some reason you couldn't get an army back somewhere that was convoyable in that previous turn. That
is true. I wonder if there's an army Oh, there is! Oh my god, you can do it from here, right? Oh, no, wait. I guess the timeline that you're splitting off... Sorry, never mind. The timeline that you're splitting off by going into Irish Sea is actually going to be much further down here, so maybe not, right?
Yeah.
But actually, no, it would go below this, so you could convoy this Portuguese army into the new timeline's Liverpool.
Now you're thinking with portals.
I'm not thinking with portals. Slow down. What?
Okay, so let's say you do move this Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet into this Irish Sea, right? It will split off a new timeline, and we're hoping that no one else is splitting off a timeline that goes above it, because then this doesn't work. But it would split off a new timeline directly below this one, that has your fleets in Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Irish Sea. Because they're playing on loose adjacencies, the Mid-Atlantic Ocean on the timeline directly below this one is adjacent to this Portugal. So you can then... Wait, no, never mind. I realised they've already entered orders for this one, so you can't move this Portugal, right?
They could still move, and then the convoy would just have to come later for it. And they can move to the Liverpool on the same timeline, so it wouldn't be a move into the future or anything. For the same reason in reverse at the other end of the convoy, because it can basically hop into the
Wait,
next
I
timeline
realized
over
we made a
and
big
timeline
mistake.
up
I think we said at the start of this we were not going to talk about potential other moves that people could have made, because that way lies madness. I believe we have established why this way lies madness.
I think I'm theorizing things that aren't actually possible anyway.
I think it's possible, but yeah, you'd have to make the move for Portugal to Liverpool on that board, and then it would take. It's actually great because you would keep Portugal, which you haven't got yet on that timeline anyway, in that timeline, and then in the other timeline that splits off once the convoys appear and change the resolution, then you would have Liverpool instead. So you get to get both of them with one army.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're sending this Portugal to this Liverpool using the
Yes,
two fleets
so it
below.
hops into the timeline next door to do the convoys, and then the
then
last
hops
convoy
back.
it hops back.
That's genius. Oh my god.
What?
Okay, I will try and explain this real quick. So if you have a board directly below this one with fleets in Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Irish Sea, the Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet on this board is adjacent to this Portugal, so the Portugal can board that fleet and start the convoy. Then it's adjacent to the Irish Sea on that board, so it can move across to that one, right? And that Irish Sea is adjacent to this Liverpool. So if you, on this timeline, order Portugal to Irish Sea, sorry, not Portugal to Irish Sea, Portugal to Liverpool, it does nothing to start with, you just progress onto this timeline, and as Oliver said, you get this Portugal, right? But as soon as you create this timeline and then enter those convoy orders, it splits off a new timeline where you got your army into Liverpool. Oh
And in
my
that
god.
timeline, you don't take Portugal.
In that timeline, you don't get Portugal. That is
But
true.
is that a problem? Because the win condition is just to get.
Oh no,
Look,
certainly
you-
not. I just needed to make sure that I understood the mechanics of how things worked. No judgments about what's happening.
I do realize.
I was worried that we duplicated the army by convoying it via an adjacent timeline, but
Yeah.
it's still the same army. Okay, great.
Yeah, I realize for the viewers, like, trying to picture this without actually seeing what's going on, like, even if you could see what was going on, that would be incredibly confusing, so, I apologize for spending so much time on it. To move to something a little simpler, Ezio, I believe you need to give us a new north coast of Spain fact.
Fleet north coast of Spain borders only one neighboring supply center and is one by itself, so that's only two. Whereas Mid-Atlantic Ocean borders three.
Yep, that is accurate. Alright. There is something else very, very important happening on this timeline. Which is what Oliver was talking about earlier with regard to Novel and Chamber maybe not playing together so well. It is this move from
It's just
Trieste
timeline
events.
4. It's fine as long as they work together on the other timelines still. But
you don't understand. This was the money moves timeline for Italy.
Oh, yeah.
the what?
So in the video, Novel is very, very angry about this because this was his timeline. This was the one where he was going to make the money moves, which I think means that he was planning a Lepanto, because he's got the army in Apulia here. He goes into Eastern Med and tries to follow it up, right? And he's got the convoy route over. I don't see how else it's going to be the money moves timeline, because nothing here is like great. But he gets very frustrated about this because of the fact that, like, he views this timeline as so important to him.
That just speaks to the skill of Chamber in choosing this one to be the one where he stabs him then.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just love walking into Venice. It's great. So, if we... and also, like, one of the big things about this, Rome is unprotected on this timeline, right? So, we go forward here, we're going to be in Venice. We can then jump that Venice unit back to Rome and also take that in a new timeline, and then have, like, two armies in the Italian peninsula. Admittedly, if Italy sees it coming, which they probably can, they can cover it with stuff from this timeline. But are they going to do that? Maybe you get away with it.
Yeah. It does make me think like maybe with loose adjacencies especially, you do need a buffer zone around every one of your centers, just because you can't rule out people doing this kind of thing.
I think yes, generally speaking, but then there's also the possibility that you just don't care when someone walks in because you create so many new timelines that
God, I'm not thinking fourth dimensionally.
Oh, well, alright. And there's a lot of, like, NMRs over here. Ezio would be very, very sad with all the holes that are going on. Just in 5 dimensions, it's important to be moving.
And yet there's still supports that are being entered here, but invalid ones.
Yeah,
Oh.
very sad. And England trying to make the most of that Belgium armies by getting it into Holland, but that was the one thing that they do support, so it's so that gets held off. But this is still a great timeline for Vale, all things considered, because he gets into Brest and Belgium. That's a nice.
Yeah, this was his favourite timeline. I'm sure it was.
I think Timeline 4 is indeed one of the ones he definitely prefers. I don't think we've looked at the builds on this one yet. Another fleet in the south coast of St. Petersburg. At this point, when I was entering the orders, I was just going, please build something other than fleet south coast St. Petersburg. Like, they're all fine, and they're all actually great if you're just looking at each board independently because of how open Germany is, but you're going for the same thing in every timeline. It doesn't... That's
Yeah,
not how
I did
this game
see...
works.
I saw someone left a comment on, I think, Valefisk video, not my reaction. They left a comment saying that there appeared to be 2 main strategies for 5D diplomacy, and one was what we've been describing, where you just have to run and split your strategy on every timeline to get as many different things, as much of a variety of things as possible. And then they said that Mavie was trying what appeared to be a different strategy, which was to get similar or the same centers on every timeline, and then use the fact that they are adjacent to kind of push forward in a cohesive wall across everything. I'm not that given how little the Russian units are interacting across time, I'm not sure I agree with that assessment, but perhaps if that had been done, it might be a valid strategy. I still don't think it's as good as the first one. But yeah, it's something to consider.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think the shotgun strategy of going everywhere is just much better in 5D.
Yep.
Because it's faster. And speed is everything in this variant. Not that you'd know it looking at this game, because they're all still finding their footing at the moment. But if you play it with... I think if you play it with people who've played it a few times, it is a race quite often. People are just looking all over the place, looking for what area can I slip into on another timeline, and just going very, very fast, because there's always somewhere open that you can get to.
Yeah, it seems ironic that a game about time travel should be so time dependent.
I mean, it fixes a lot of the problems of diplomacy, right? This game for Vale was only 2 hours long. Alright, I think it took them a shorter amount of time to play this game than it took us to commentate their other games, so... Alright, let's go ahead to the next phase here, then.
So this is the part where it starts getting hard to decide, to figure out what the moves actually were for each turn, what boards are actually involved.
Yes. Okay, so there aren't actually that many cross-dimensional moves here. It looks like Turkey is now in the process of figuring out the diagonal moves don't work. Oh, I remember this. This is Lynx being... So, Lynx thinks that you can interact with the board that is the parent board here, which is why he's going diagonally. Again, that doesn't work. It is just the position of things on here. And again, I think it would have been a nice move if you had been able, like, if this had been a real thing, because you get into Serbia, and especially as Turkey, that's super important. You want to be pushing forward into the Balkans, and this is a timeline where the Balkans are quite weak, but it's not going to work, because it's just not allowed.
I mean, to expand on that, if we had allowed it, it would mean that everyone could just travel back to the same board over and over and over again, because you spawn a timeline from it, and then everyone on that timeline can move back to its parent, and then they can move back to its parent, and so you get even more timeline spam than you already have.
Yeah, and that I think they already were frustrated about playing Winter 1902 over and over and over again. This is playing the same Winter 01 over and over and over again is even more annoying, I'm sure. These are interesting moves. I want, well, Oliver, do you want to talk about them at all? They're not...
Yeah, these were Vale's successful cross the multiverse moves. So I think, yeah, this is a good example of what I was trying to explain with what some people thought Mavie was doing earlier, of using units in similar positions on adjacent boards as support for each other. I guess they're not really supporting in... Well, no, one of them is supporting. The English channel in Timeline 3 supports its corresponding unit in Timeline 2 into Belgium. And I think, that there's just so many more connections that happen this way that, as well as being able to slip through lines much easier, it also means that there's many more places to push through and give support to, and you can create more power that way.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I agree. This is... So when I was referring to earlier to people discovering certain strategies and then sticking with them, right? I think Vale's preferred strategy is evacuating one timeline entirely onto another one.
Yep.
You will see this over and over and over again as we go along. He is trying to get this unit off as well, but he also moves his army into Wales up here and his fleet into English Channel. So he's going to end up with a lot of units on this timeline and nothing here. Which is... I think it can actually be effective. It's just a case of doing it in the right way.
I think he was hoping for even more, actually, because that moved Denmark into Sweden. Perhaps he was hoping that Russia would move out in that case, and then he would have even more units on that board and even fewer on the other.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Look, let's see if we can find the timeline that was spawned from that. Look at all these units.
Hell yes.
Ezio, who do you think is winning this board?
On this board, who do I think is winning?
Mm-hmm.
Russia?
Yeah. I mean, the problem with so many English units here is they're actually not helping very much, right? You need to get these armies off your mainland in order to...
Well, he is probably going to get Holland, right?
That is true, but...
Yeah, there's nothing that can stop Holland. No, okay, I guess you'd leave Belgium behind if that was the case.
I mean, if France goes for Belgium and Kiel supports Holland, you have to take from Belgium. You can't even convoy.
Yeah, which would be very sad, and then you end up disbanding anyway, right? Because you've got too many units on this timeline.
Yeah. But I like the idea. Was there a way to bounce maybe Picardy or something?
What, on the timeline it came from?
Yeah,
sorry, it didn't come from this timeline. It came from this one. He could have.
So here,
well, he went
walked
into Belgium.
Yeah, no, that one seems correct.
Yeah. What I really do like about this is that he's evacuating so many units from this timeline that he's going to get new builds, right? And if you want this to be... He hasn't really got very much on this timeline, so this army in his homeland is pretty useless. There's no way he's going to be able to convoy this out anytime soon. Evacuating this and then rebuilding it as a fleet is a really good move, I think. But it does rely on you keeping... In fact, actually, no, you don't even need to keep Denmark through the fall. You can still build even if you lose that. So I quite like that part of the play. And I also like the fact that he did this on a spring phase instead of on a fall phase, because if he had done it on a fall phase, he would have jumped those armies over and then immediately had to disband them. So I'm glad he got the timing right on that. But generally, I wouldn't go for a full-scale evacuation from one timeline to another, I think.
Maybe. I think if you can actually make progress on the new timeline, right, isn't that the best way to say, hey, I need to make progress against France because I don't have any timelines, so I'm beating France. So turning 2 timelines, like one where if you have 3 timelines, you're beating Germany, you can sack one of them to kill France, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It just needs to be a better resultant position than this.
Yes, I do agree with that. I think this was an inefficient way to do it.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if you could find a timeline where you could get into Mid-Atlantic Ocean or something as a result of doing something like this, and then have, like, Fleet Mid-Atlantic, Fleet English Channel, Fleet North Sea, something in Belgium, maybe an army or something, that's probably worth it. But just to consolidate units around your homeland, probably not. Alright, so, were there any other cross-dimensional moves that we should talk about? There's going to be a lot of panning around the map.
It's going to be hard to tell. I don't... there's another... Oh no, okay,
I think these were past
builds.
ones, right?
Yeah, the builds happened on that one.
This one's not doing anything, this one's building. These were the ones we just looked at, and then these are builds as well.
Yeah.
So,
one thing I have thought of mentioning that hasn't come up yet. So I don't think we've seen a scenario where I can't remember whether there were at all in the game, where 2 timelines have been advancing together. I think all of these timelines are at different end stages currently.
Yeah, you're correct.
So in terms of Vale's moves across from that, abandoning one board for the other, he is going to split a new timeline from that. Whereas if they'd been in sync, they would have not split a new timeline because there wouldn't be a resolution for the first board in the first place. If that had been the case, then abandoning one timeline for the other doesn't make sense. I think if you've got 2 timelines moving forward together, then you kind of have to consider them as the same timeline because all of the orders are going to be entered together and resolved together. So it really is just 2 diplomacy boards stuck together.
Yeah. That...
Huh? How do you have 2 timelines that are advancing in sequence? Isn't it always going to be this, like, cascading thing?
No, so you can get them at the same time if basically, say, on this turn, someone split off something from this one and from this one. It's not really possible here, but there will be scenarios where it is. Then the 2 new timelines that are created will both be in full 1902, right? And then immediately...
Yeah, this has definitely happened a few times in the playtests, and I can't remember whether it happens in this game. I don't think it does.
I think towards the very end of the game it will happen, but it's like so far towards the end of the game that they don't really get enough moves in to take advantage of it.
So it requires 2 timelines to be created from, like, timelines 1 and 2 at the exact same time.
It doesn't have to be timelines 1 and 2. It could be any 2 timelines created at the same time.
But they also have to be adjacent. The resultant timelines still have to be adjacent to each other, right?
Yeah, but that's going to be the case no matter where they are vertically, providing there wasn't another timeline split off in the same turn that's in between them.
Yeah.
So
but, like, if
yeah.
one is, like, in 1, 2, and 3 all split, then, like, 1 and 3 won't be adjacent anymore. And of the resultant time, or 1 and 3 of the timelines that were created after splitting off 1 and 3, because 2 would be between them, right?
No, they wouldn't have anything between them, providing that nothing had been split from timeline 2.
Yeah, so if you only split from here and here, then there's only 2 new timelines that come out, right? So they're directly above and below each other.
So earlier in the game we had a situation, and I think in this game still now, we have situations where there's, like, those gaps in the timelines, right? Yeah, how'd that one happen?
There's never a gap in the vertical timeline anywhere. There's always a timeline along that horizontal line if you've gotten down to one. There's always some timeline somewhere slotted in, right? It just might not have caught up yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, below whatever timelines we're looking at. How'd that... Like, below timeline 2, I want to say, right? Timeline 2, and then timeline 4. How do we get the thing in timeline 3 where it's not caught up to time, right?
Oh, so that just means that's just because timeline 3 was split off from an earlier point than timeline 4 is, right? So I think they might have been split off at the same turn. Timeline 4 comes off timeline 1 here. And timeline 3 comes off this one here. So they start advancing at the same time, and so this one's always going to be ahead of it. It's
Okay.
Maybe
I
we should drop
understand
this.
perfectly.
If you're in the comments right now and you understand this, please tell us.
No further questions.
Alright, well, there's a lot of
Thanks.
boards that don't interact with time travel. For example, this one. Ezio, yeah, this one's more in your wheelhouse, I think. Do you want to talk about
Oh my god, it's a board! Oh no! It's a board, but Skagerrak doesn't border Baltic Sea, unfortunately. So that move all bounces, and if they just supported themselves into Denmark, that would have been great. This is the board I think that Valefisk... Valefisk retreated into Skagerrak here, and is now just curling up into a ball, but is going to have to disband. Not looking good for England. France moved back into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is wonderful, because Mid-Atlantic Ocean is a good province. But unfortunately, it's just a little slow. These boards look so weird. None of these look like real diplomacy boards, you guys. Austria doesn't have a fleet. What happened? What's going on?
It's just fantastic.
God, we need to stick with this. We can't let them down.
Turkey has broken out of the box, though. That's, I think, the big takeaway here. On this box, in Timeline 1, Turkey is out.
Yeah, so for viewers who need clarification on what that means, the Turkish box in standard meta is this area right here, basically. I think it can be including Greece, it can also not include Greece. It's basically saying if you have a Turkey restrained in this area, they're fairly easy to keep there as long as the people on this side of them are working together. If they get out of that area, they can start barreling forward at a pretty surprisingly fast rate. So if you hear Turkish box, that's what it means. If you have them in the box, then they are contained. If they have escaped the box, then you have a problem. Although here it's less of a problem because this is a fleet. If this was an army going forward, then you are really starting to worry about.
Yeah, and also it's less of a problem because Italy is in Eastern Med and Ionian still, and is looking like they're going to try really hard to convoy into Syria. But there is still the disband that Italy has to make here, because Italy is losing Serbia, and Austria being in Tyrolia and Trieste is not a good look, especially since we know from other timelines that Austria and Italy are likely at war. This is gonna be really bad. Turkey is going to do well here.
Yes. So also we have a little fun thing to talk about with the you will see if you zoom in that I have very quickly fixed this from my incorrect order entry initially. I accidentally, when I was putting this in the sandbox, had this hold and had to retreat it here instead. But on the actual game it moved to Piedmont, which is, I mean, it's an interesting attack. Getting a German army into Piedmont is a really good way to go around the back of France and break their defense. The problem is, where's the rest of the attack? Right?
Yeah, on just this board, this really doesn't look like a good attack. But I do think, depending on how the board ends up looking, there's a chance this can go back in the past and mess with stuff, right?
Well, I guess it will end up there on this, so yes, it could just go into this Marseille, and then it would have to hold it through fall, which is difficult.
Which looks unlikely, yeah. But I mean, it could then, can't it, like, support itself or some nonsense? No, it can't.
Well, it
I
would
don't know.
split
Anyways.
off. It would split off a new timeline that would go all the way down here, so it would be very difficult to support with anything.
Yeah, and in Timeline 2, Germany is not at all attacking France, so there's no way to get support. Yeah, okay. I mean, look, there's a chance. I think it's fine. I like being aggressive, and this is an aggressive move, so let's stick to it.
Yeah, I would just really think it needs to be combined with something on this front. You probably want... well, I guess Germany's getting builds, actually, right? But they do have to hold what they've got through the fall, and that seems unlikely given that there are no German units next to Berlin or Munich, and there are 3 enemy ones. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I expect to lose a lot of centers in this timeline.
You could just convince them to go to the centres in the past instead. Then you could actually keep them that timeline and get the builds.
That is true. That would require some negotiation, though, which they are not doing. So
I forgot this game isn't called Diplomacy.
It's 5D no diplomacy with multiverse time travel.
Or in Teddy's case, 5D no diplomacy with no multiverse time travel as well.
Oh boy. Alright. So I think we're about done there. We can take a look at moves. Oh my god! He built a fleet! It's fantastic.
Oh, thank God.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Novel. This is a good build. Well done. This is, we've already looked at this one, I think. I guess we were mostly looking at Vale's evacuation from it, but there's not a lot more to talk about other than Russia actually managing to advance here and Austria ending up in Silesia. If you guys want me to stop and mention anything at any point, just tell me so, by the way. But yeah, so we moved down here. Did we already call out this? Oh, this is... yeah, that was last turn. Okay. Vale gets 2 builds on this timeline, because he just took Brest and Belgium, which is really nice. I hate this build. It really should be here if you want to convoy it, because that's where your fleet is to do the convoying. Army Liverpool is just too far behind the line, but I guess it's like the default that you think of first, because it's where you start with an army in the game, right?
I mean, if France's fleet was anywhere except Spain North Coast, then it would be a bad build.
Yeah. Oh boy. And then we've got Army Moscow, Army Vienna, all kind of reasonable, taking off Fleet Tunis here. I realise I've completely forgotten to talk about this, but when I was looking at this timeline, I was saying it's a really good thing that Italy is finally attacking, like, is opening up against a front against France. No, they don't. They move it back on this, and they move it back on the new timeline that it creates as well. So, I think Teddy and Novel were actually talking and just agreed to demilitarize this. And I feel like as Italy, that's probably not something you want to do. You want to be expanding on this front. But then I am bloodthirsty, and maybe they're not. And then I think that's basically everything. So
Can we take a look at the scores? I don't know whether we've looked at those in a while.
I think this might have been the phase where I forgot to paste the scores.
Oh, right.
But what
Okay,
I
we can look
do
at it next time.
is move to the next phase and then look at them. Which, here we go. These are definitely the actual scores for this round. So it's like really interesting to look at these because they don't reflect how you view any of the specific boards, right? If you look at the Austrian positions across all of these, they've got 3 centers here, they've got 4 centers here, they've got 4 centers here, they've got this one's like actually a nice position that they've got, but they're just generally, there's nothing that looks super solid to the point of them being on top. I generally consider, even on the boards where they're strong, Russia feels a bit stronger, and here Turkey is definitely pushing against them, right? But because of the 5D aspect, their strategy is working really, really well.
Mm. And I think that they definitely picked up on this towards the end of the game. But yeah, I think it came as quite a surprise to them at this stage that Austria was doing so well.
Yes. I think it definitely starts showing more in the next couple of turns. Austria starts pulling ahead really far, and that's when he kind of goes all in on the strategy of shotgunning out everywhere. You can see him starting to do it here, right? He's just like, screw my homeland, I'm going to Berlin. But it's like, before this point, he hasn't been doing it so much deliberately, I think. Because you'll note most of his things are in the same sort of general area, even if they are slightly different centers. It's at this point, I think, he gets the click that this is the way to play the game, to get into things like this. Where did that come from? Timeline 3. Here.
Oh, my UI updates are bearing fruit already.
Yeah, it's really nice. I actually really like the timeline lines here. Because I've screenshotted this from the thing itself, these aren't as apparent, but there are years at the very top here that tell you what year everything is in, which is really nice.
Yeah,
yes.
that move is a time travel move from the Fall.
Oh my god, I didn't spot that. Yeah, it's this Cilicia army. So it is the Cilicia army that gets retreated, that gets dislodged, retreats into here, and then goes back in time to take Berlin in the same timeline, making 2 copies of the same unit attack Germany in this new timeline. That's amazing. I love it. Yeah. I was gonna say, Oliver, do you want to talk about any specific interdimensional moves? But there are kind of a lot.
Well, I think this was the point where they got frustrated with the number of timelines being created, and consciously tried to avoid creating new ones, and got annoyed at the people who were. So that move there, as we've already said, is a very good one. Sorry, my brain has been working overtime for a while now. I was like, oh, you can't guarantee that Germany will move out of Berlin, but you can, because they did that in the past.
Yes.
So yeah, that move is genius. Are there any other cross-timeline moves apart from the invalid ones?
So there's a lot of invalid over there. There's another forward support, and here... Oh, this is a chamber again, just going into a backwards. Like, this is actually a really nice one, and I know that Chamber and Novel and Teddy were the people talking mainly, so I feel like this might be the one example in the game of someone following your strategy, Oliver, and saying, okay, you take it in this one, I'll take it in the one before.
Because Germany can't do anything about that in the present anyway. So I guess if they had not been collaborating, they would have bounced each other out. And yet they realised, okay, it's more beneficial for both of us if you go to the one in the past and I go to the one in the present.
Yes. And works really, really well. Where does that spawn a new timeline? This is... And he's got a backup unit here as well, which is itself, right? This is...
both of his forward marches into Germany have backups behind them.
Yeah, which are the units themselves duplicated over the timelines. It's fantastic.
It's like the Doctor Who episodes where there's multiple doctors. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Alright. Were there any other interesting cross-timeline moves? Oh, we see... I think I actually spoke about this one, right? Venice going into past Rome. Which, again, opens up a timeline where Chamber is now in Venice and Rome. So here you can just see Chamber's strategy really taking off all in one turn. Yeah.
I don't think there is anything else to say about the timeline moves.
Yeah, I don't know whether we should even talk about these ones. This is,
Let's spare them the embarrassment.
I will very quickly say this is Vale attempting to use his same strategy again of evacuating one timeline onto another, right? And here I think it could have actually been pretty effective, because if it had gotten into Kiel here, you have a unit behind the enemy lines. From here... Oh, actually... No, it's this unit trying to do that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And here he's actually supporting his move into Norway as well, so this would have been incredible if this timeline was in the slot above. But it's not, sadly. I think England, it would have created a super strong England on one timeline. It isn't necessarily the way to win the game, but it is certainly a way to stabilize if you've been doing not so great so far. Alright, yeah, we won't talk about any more of those. We've got another Hanging Black Sea support, which I guess we've already talked about enough. And then I think there isn't really any other cross-timeline moves. Nope. So we can very quickly go over the boards individually. So Ezio, do you want to come back in here and get this one?
Yeah, so again, I like that France and Austria managed to negotiate which of them takes Munich here. That's great. Even if this was the only timeline, negotiating between the two of them on how to split up Germany is a good thing. So, great. And then Germany, meanwhile, is having a fun time attacking England and France, but also is dying. So, as we've talked about on this timeline, I think quite a lot, I think Russia is looking solid. I will say this, is this the same time that Valefisk has tried to move Skagerrak into Baltic?
No, it's the second time.
Yeah. Sorry. It's the second time, whatever. He's done it again, unfortunate, but meanwhile Russia makes progress. And since Russia is building, this Austrian retreat into Ukraine isn't even a problem. Like, I think things are looking quite good for Russia here. Turkey, we said, was a potential threat, but... or maybe on a different timeline. This one? No, I think it was this one.
Yeah, this is the one where they've broken through to Serbia.
Yeah, but they also lost Greece and Smyrna here, which is not great for them. So despite gaining 2 centers, they're actually net neutral here. I think they are popping Greece so they can rebuild at home, but since Turkey is not that strong, it means that Russia is going to have free reign of this board to continue crushing.
Mm-hmm. Also, I just kind of hate that this is so defensive in this area. I mean, just the defensive tactics in general are really not great here. You don't really need to be tapping Eastern Mediterranean for any reason. It's probably better to cover Smyrna if you're doing anything here. But support holding Greece is kind of necessary. I don't know, maybe you just expect this to tap here so that they can guarantee Greece. But if you're doing that, you probably want to be pushing your army into Romania or something like that and trying to save this Greek army. Because as is, this is one of your forward units that can do the most, and getting it taken off the board really hurts.
Yeah, I mean, as is, tapping Eastern Med is kind of the least useful move you can make. Mm-hmm. I think your bets are either tapping Ionian Sea, supporting Greece, or covering Smyrna. And so, if you're betting that Italy convoys into Syria, then you can kind of do whatever. It really doesn't matter. That's the guaranteed move that Italy can make for position. And in which case, if you just make your growth, you don't have to worry about it. So I think it makes a lot of sense to try to keep the build. I think covering Smyrna is the safest, most consistent move here to minimize how much you can lose. You're only ever going -1. But it's fine.
Yeah.
It's really bad. It means that Turkey is going to be in rough shape, to be clear. And now Russia is going to just completely be uncontested in the east, I think.
Yeah, just having gotten out of the box but only having one army on the front line is really problematic. I think that about covers that phase. We can have a look at this one.
A lot of successful moves with supports for once.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver, do you want to take this one, talk through anything?
There we go. I mean, England is just not in a defensible position at all. And France is finally taking full advantage of that, which is good. What else has gone on? So, yeah, as Ezio mentioned, Russia is going to get multiple builds, actually. So, they're even stronger in this one than the timeline one, it looks like. So, yeah, that move Austria into Ukraine. They can build in both Sevastopol and Moscow, so it's all fine, I think.
Yeah.
Unless... Wait, I need to remember 5D, because they may have more units on this board than I'm expecting them to.
I guess they're not in winter anyway yet, So actually,
True,
this is a
yeah.
bit of a problem because they can't immediately build.
Mm.
But theoretically, they should be getting enough from here to make this less of a problem, because Austria is never going to take 2 centers with these 2 units, right? You always cover one, so you'll always be able to build in the other one. Is the hope?
Yeah. Italy is trying. Yeah, I guess they're trying to make a play for Austria's open centers there. Obviously, Austria is in a pretty weak position on this timeline anyway, so it's not. It's not going to weaken Austria in any way. It's just a gain for Italy. I do. Yeah, I wonder whether they should have been more conscious of the fact that Austria could just walk into Tunis, because I remember in the video there was some incredulity at the fact that Austria just wandered into Tunis. Obviously, they couldn't do anything by this point.
I think that's happened on multiple timelines at this point. Although maybe this, because it's happened down here as well, right?
Yeah, if they've done that, well, was on the same turn though.
Oh yeah, it was actually. So they just walked into Tunis twice. There isn't another one where they own Tunis. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was the turn where they just get into Tunis twice. All right. Yeah. I realized that I gave you a tough task there by giving you the board that has all the lines drawn over it, like a child's just been playing with this.
I mean, I can work out what the moves are, as for whether they're good moves or not.
Yes. But yeah, and I kind of like the German play of pushing forward here and trying to just grab these SCs, because your homeland is completely and utterly screwed in this reality. You may as well just relocate.
Yeah, from that perspective, it would have been better to walk into Vienna, although maybe they had Vienna somewhere else. I don't think they do.
So what I'd really want to see from them as a follow-up to this is this unit to this Vienna and this unit to this Budapest. And then you end up with a new timeline that has you in Bohemia, Galicia, Vienna, and Budapest, and you can try and actually consolidate that as a region you control. I don't think they're going to do that.
Question about timelines. Is there a case where 2 timelines, where a timeline could not get created because it would create an identical position that's already been created?
Yes. Yeah, so I guess, an important subtlety is the fact that it doesn't matter which army it is in a particular place. It's just the fact that if it's an army of that power in the place, in 2 different resolutions of that board, if it's in the same place, then it will not create a new split of the timeline. It still considers that the same board. But yeah, I guess, to answer your basic point, if... Oh, yeah, my brain is going here. The 5D is too much.
Shall I quickly jump in here?
Yeah.
I guess the important thing is, each board tracks what boards have been created from it, right? Basically, if I recall how this works correctly. And if you get the same resolution as any of those boards, it doesn't create a new one. It essentially just funnels that timeline back into the same place. But, I mean, that doesn't have any effect on the board. It just says, that already exists, we're not doing that again. So... you can create new timelines with the same resolution from a different board, right? So you can have exactly the same position generated from, timeline 2 and then another one from timeline 1. But if it's from the same board, it's not going to be generated again if you create that position again.
But
Yeah,
2
we did have...
timelines
Oh, sorry.
can create the same exact board in the same exact year, as long as it's different timelines. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, we did have the discussion, Meme and myself, when we were designing this, of whether if there are 2 timelines with the same state that are created from 2 different parent timelines, whether they should collapse down into the same timeline, or whether they should do as we have gone with and create an extra child. I can't remember our justification for going one way rather than the other on that.
I honestly can't remember either. I think my main justification is it's funny to watch people put in the same Winter 02 builds over and over and over again. We would lose something if they didn't get all of those repeated timelines, right?
Yeah.
I actually
Well, it wouldn't
think,
have changed anything in this game because there were no boards that had the same state anyway, right?
Yeah, that's true.
If there were, that's quite unlikely.
They were going all over the place. But yeah. Ezio, did you want to follow on from that in any way, or shall we just go back to looking at maps?
I think we can go to maps. No, I just had the question. That's it.
Yeah, that is fair. We've got this one, which is basically the same kind of stuff happening as on the other one, except Austria is getting completely demolished here. Russia just walking into Budapest. Turkey getting into Romania. Unfortunately for Turkey, getting a fleet into Romania, you would much, much prefer to put the armies here so that you could push further in. But yeah, then on the next board down, there's so much to cover. I'm gonna try and speed run talking about these at this point. I think this is.
Yeah, I think we do need to speed up a bit in general. Yeah, we are entering. I personally am entering the madness stages that Ezio warned us about right at the start.
Well, that's the idea of a Valefisk video, right? It sends not only his friends insane, but all the people who have to study it afterwards. I mean, what lunatics study Valefisk videos anyway? Okay, so we've got on this board almost nothing happening. This unit... Okay, no, that's unfair. They managed to disband Eastern Mediterranean, which is really good for Turkey, actually. Get out into Galicia. This is super important. So, England gets knocked out of Belgium as France is covering Paris to try and retake Brest, which means that England ends up retreating to Burgundy, which is an incredible province to be in, just for attacking anywhere around it.
Yeah, and then 5D, right? You're gonna have places to walk into. Like, I mean, if you could just walk into Marseille in the past or whatever, all sorts of nonsense.
Oh wait, yeah. I guess it's on this board. It's in Burgundy, so yeah, you could walk into this Marseille, and you'd be fine there. Or hey, you could just go on a jaunt through Ruhr and then try and take these. It's a really flexible province. It's the important thing. Yeah, so I think this is the other end of the mass migration that we saw that didn't work, so we're not going to talk about those. Teddy gets out of north coast of Spain again. Well done, Teddy. That is a big improvement to your position.
Do we get a fact about something other than the north coast of Spain if that happens?
Ezio, give us some Mid-Atlantic Ocean facts.
Mid-Atlantic Ocean fact? It's the... I mean, I don't know if this is a fact. It's a fact. It's the most important province for the English and French war.
Yep. Okay, that's our Mid-Atlantic Ocean facts. I think that's more or less this board's review done. And then over here, again, lots of bounces. England does get into Holland on this timeline, which is nice for them. But I think we were talking about, this is the one that Vale managed to get all of his extra units onto, right? And you can see this is exactly what the worry was. If France attacks Belgium, you have to go in from Belgium, otherwise that unit is... Well, you can lose that. He really shouldn't have taken this off here. He should have retreated it in there, I think.
I couldn't even support it with English Channel in this case. I guess he runs the risk of France cutting that support, but...
Oh, that is actually... Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, he could have. He went for an invalid move. I think he was trying to have English Channel support something into Brest.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what he...
It's coming from...
Which would have been sweet, right? If it could have worked, if all of these timelines were adjacent, it would have been cool, but sadly it's not how it works. I think in this timeline, he should have gone for the convoy from London instead of taking with Fleet North Sea. I think that's like the bigger...
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I realized the reason we were talking about having to take from Belgium was because we were assuming that this Kiel unit would be support holding this, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But
I mean, we're definitely seeing the reason that convoying with the army rather than attacking with the fleet is useful here, because both of those units are fleets and they're being disbanded instead of having the opportunity to retreat. Because there's nowhere for them to go.
Well, this one can actually go into North Sea here.
Oh yeah, it could have done.
But
just gave up.
Yeah, chooses not to. Which does mean he doesn't have to disband anything, but I think you would have preferred to disband Army Wales. just because it's so useless, just stuck at home and taking up a supply
You know,
point.
creating a timeline that we were talking about, where you go full Brexit, where you have 3 armies on the British mainland, is much more achievable in 5D diplomacy.
Oh dear.
Do you think that's how real Brexit happened?
Very
Maybe,
possibly.
maybe. The time traveler came back to troll everyone and then caused chaos. Hmm.
It sounds like it would have about the same effectiveness as real Brexit. So, you might see this on some of the other ones. I miss cutting the coordinates out. That is Oliver's failsafe mechanism against the slinging you into the void bug, right? Where you
Well,
can click on
the
these.
slinging you into the void bug is supposedly now fixed. I mean, it's hard to verify that because it was so intermittent in the first place. But yeah, someone helpfully came along and found what appears to be a fix for it. So yeah, thanks to them.
So I can confirm that it's fixed, at least from my experience, because I spent about 6 hours entering orders yesterday, and I did not get slung into the void once. So
Nice.
all right, let's go ahead to the next timeline then, unless you guys have anything more you want to talk about here.
Nope.
All right, onward we go. What phase are we in? I'm trying to remember when this ends. I think it ends in Winter 04 on the first timeline, so we are getting there.
That sounds about right.
How many
Yeah,
more
so
phases is that?
Sorry?
When does it end?
So we're currently in Spring 04 at the front of this board, right? It ends once this timeline gets to Winter 04.
Oh, dear God.
So...
look, we can speed run these, okay? We don't have to talk about these in depth.
We can. I think the majority of the important moves are going to be Chamber's moves, because as you can see here, Chamber is now starting to get significantly ahead. This is as a direct result of his moves into Germany on that phase. So you'll see here, manages to capture Munich. He manages to get into Warsaw at the same time. There's another timeline where he holds Berlin? Maybe he got knocked out of Berlin, actually. I don't even know which timeline that is. There it is. He does get knocked out of Berlin. And I guess maybe he got the other one from that timeline where he was around Sevastopol with 2 units? I don't even know.
Yeah, there he is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, looking at this as a diplomacy player, all the Austrian positions now are terrible. There's maybe this one is fine. In fact, this one is more than fine. This one is pretty good, actually. But you would not want to be playing this or like this or anything else. But in 5D, you do, because it's a great strategy.
Yeah, it's like, again, you have to lose these centers in all of the most recent timelines for it to be bad. And so even though he's losing most of his home centers in most of the timelines, in all of the timelines, he's like, in at least some of them, he's got Vienna or Austria or Budapest or Trieste. So I'm like, all right, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Like, trying to, like, squish it, it's gonna be like a rat that, like, every time you crush it, it pops out in your past. And you're like, what?
He's just in too many places, yeah.
Yeah. And I think, like, the fact that he has this timeline right here, right, and the other one that we were looking at before, the one where he has a whole bunch of units here with nothing really opposing him, means that, yeah, he really doesn't need to care about the supply centers being taken behind him. Yeah, so going to cross-dimensional moves. This is another one. He's taking Munich again, right?
Was that? I think that's a term we've already looked at.
Oh, sorry, that is a term we've already looked at. It's not taking it again. It's we moved on to the winter here. Army Naples. Ezio is your favourite.
I mean, it's unfortunate.
But you see, it's got a convoy route into Syria. They just have to convince the Turk to work with them.
This army in Naples is a lot better than the last one was.
Yeah.
Because you've already got 3 fleets in the Atlantic. You already have a fleet in Ionian. Honestly, convoying it over to Albania is not that bad. Like, it's very reasonable to make a move like that here. So this one, it's still, I argue, probably not optimal, but this one is like close. I can actually see it having a viable path forward. The previous one was just not it.
Yeah. I don't think any of the rest of the builds on this board are that much worth talking about. I guess we finally see that Skagerrak retreat fleet coming off eventually here. And actually, I think I would prefer to just keep it on so that we can try and do something to get a Scandinavian center instead of defending our homeland. But yeah, that's 5D stuff. And North Sea, I don't like taking off for the same reason. I feel like you can take Edinburgh off here with no consequence because
Wait a
there's
minute.
nothing adjacent.
Hold on. How on earth did Germany get into Piedmont?
They got into Piedmont ages ago, right? It was like they came round this way. This.
Oh, I looked. There's suddenly a German in Piedmont. That's incredible.
But they've just been generally harassing France from there for a little while now. It does appear that their homeland has been left in a worse state than they left it before. So other things, we already looked at this one. I keep skipping over the winter builds because I don't see moves there. Again, Vale is trying to evacuate another timeline. I think the saddest story of this world is the fact that the English have developed like multiverse time travel, and they keep using it to try and get out of positions that they're in terrible shape in, but they haven't figured out how it works yet, so their units keep dying instead.
They've invented time travel, and all they're doing is using it to escape. But failing at that as well. But speaking of failed moves, that convoy of Sweden into Kiel there did not have a corresponding move order.
Yeah, this one made me so sad when I was entering the moves, because this is a really good moveset, I think. Assuming you know that England isn't cutting you here, getting this army into Kiel is beautiful. You have army here, army here, army here, just ready to completely tear apart the German mainland, well, the German homeland.
So is that the convoy was ordered, but the army didn't move, and so even though there's the convoy happening, it didn't move?
Yes.
All right.
And like, this is a position where if I was adjudicating this over a board, not that you would run 5D diplomacy on a real board, you would need a lot
Real
of
boards, plural.
But if I was reading orders and they had written Fleet Baltic Sea, convoy Sweden to Kiel, and they didn't have an order written for Sweden, I would just take that to mean, okay, you're implying the order by the other order that you wrote, and I would let that go through. But unfortunately for adjudicators, you can't give that leeway because you can't tell the adjudicator to accept that, right? I guess you could program that, but it's...
Well, yeah, so I think that was the diplomacy adjudicator test cases, which I wrote unit tests to cover to make sure that I had actually written a proper diplomacy adjudicator. They do discuss this, and I think one of the tests is if someone orders a convoy but doesn't have the matching move, then it should be accepted. But I think the exact wording, if I remember right, is I recommend that this be accepted in over-the-board play, but not in automated adjudicators, which is, yeah, exactly as you were saying. I think I was quite strict in the requirements for what people have to actually enter in the UI to get things to work properly, and this is definitely one example.
Yeah. It ends up just being a sad result, but
Yep.
I don't think it would change the overall result of the game, because again, Russia is fighting for these centers in every timeline, everywhere. So they will get them eventually regardless, I think. But it's just sad because it's a really good move here that doesn't go through. We've talked a lot about Russia focusing on the same centers in every timeline. I should note as well that France is doing the same thing, and that's why you see the same France position over and over and over again on these, with France having the even bigger disadvantage that they are ethically against the concept of time traveling. So they're just ending up in the same positions with nothing more they can really do from there. And they're great positions, but they're not going to go any further. You get people slipping into random provinces everywhere because Austria has decided to use their shotgun strategy of leaving everything unguarded, right? And you see Austria is just almost completely gone from here. I think this is where they said Chamber is going to get eliminated from Timeline 2. Although, it's maybe fine, because you've got the Russian dots up here to run away into.
Yeah, Sevastopol other timelines as well, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Do either of you want to talk about anything else on this board, or shall I just...
I think we have to skip at this point.
Yeah. I'll just go through and talk about everything I see very quickly. In fact, I mean, these are all generic builds. Ezio will be happy to see this as a fleet. I hate this. Don't build fleet.
England did not use its builds on this board, interestingly.
Oh, yeah, this is in the video as well. He was, like, looking over everything and he goes, oh my god, I've got 2 builds on this board. And then he realizes he's already clicked submit. So, can't enter them. Very sad situation for him. And I think this is the resulting board from him evacuating? No, it's not. Wait.
That was timeline...
Yes, it is.
4?
He evacuates onto timeline 2 from timeline 3, right? And then when it gets to winter...
Oh yeah, this is his empty.
He forgets to build. Oh no. Alright, I don't like this Black Sea fleet. I think you've fought enough over the Black Sea in these regions. You need an army somewhere. Like, even if you're moving your army to Armenia and then trying to slip it into Sevastopol in a past timeline or something, it needs to be an army so that it can go further beyond. I'm not accepting any criticism of my of my strategy there from Ezio or Oliver, because we gotta go too fast. This is the amazing thing about commentating at Blitz. You guys don't get to...
Well, also not being the one who controls the speed.
That is true. I have the board here. And here we've got the Romania carousel that happens, which I think is actually amazing for Turkey, right? Okay, Ezio, I'll let you talk through this board.
Okay, so here we have some fun center swaps, and basically Austria and Italy are still fighting each other, but Turkey gets into Ionian, which is great, doesn't lose Black Sea. This board is wonderful. If this was the only board, Turkey's feeling quite happy about life. And honestly, even in the 5D context, I don't think Turkey has Romania anywhere, so it's nice to get into a new center, and I don't think, depending on where the retreat goes... Wait, why did Ionian not get into Adriatic?
So Ionian did. This is a retreat.
Okay, it just held or something. Yeah, held, and then it retreated to Adriatic.
Yes.
Sure. Okay, but yeah, so with that, right, you just get Tunis, so you're feeling great, and like this is a board that can actually get you started.
Yep.
Yeah, the move into Ionian is massive for Turkey here. It just opens up so many possibilities, both in the present board and in time travel. Like they could move back to Naples from the next board over without any resistance.
Yeah, sorry. I keep like looking back at boards to point it out, but if they're moving back from the next board, then it would be this one, right? But they can also just walk unopposed into Tunis in this timeline. So that's really nice. Only downside is Constantinople being open, but you can just self-bounce over that, right? Or just ignore it, even, because you've got it in other timelines. Gotta think on 5D. The disbands here are gonna make me really sad, but we'll talk about them on the next phase. There's more builds. Ezio! We've got the all-army Italy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Do we have any facts about that?
I don't. It's probably suboptimal.
Did you know that the Italian army needs extra water rations so that they can boil pasta?
Oh, dear God.
CNA just a week away, guys. Just a week away. Alright, so on this board we've got we actually have a successful cross-timeline move. Yo!
That's big, actually.
Yeah, do you
That's
want to talk
big from
about this one?
Yeah, so this is, I guess, the kind of thing he's been trying to do throughout the game, between 2 boards on the same vertical slice, but obviously on many occasions there has been a gap. And this one, he's got it right and actually moved into mid-Atlantic, and Spain and Portugal and even Tunis are just completely empty. So that is a lot of options for England all of a sudden, just in that one move.
Yeah, it's timeline 2.
Yeah, I wonder, so that he managed to get in because France has moved out and tried to cover Brest.
It's not split off timeline 2, it's split off timeline 5, sorry, so it's this one here.
Yeah.
Which is just really nice position.
Yeah, England has a lot. So I'm just trying to think through. So why did France try to cover Brest there instead of staying in mid-Atlantic? Well, obviously England could have moved into Brest, but then he could have at least bounced from Paris as well. Is Paris even doing anything here? No, Paris is support holding Picardy.
Yeah, it's support holding Picardy. Really, here you want to get your fleet back to Brest from Picardy and replace that with the army, right?
Yeah.
So really, this should have gone this way, and then Mid-Atlantic Ocean would never have been open.
Yeah, I think. Obviously, you have to think in multiple dimensions here, but leaving Mid-Atlantic open in this situation was not the best play for certain.
Yeah, although France is doing well enough on a lot of other timelines that they're probably all right anyway.
I mean, the thing about fighting England is they're only stopping England's expansion. They're not stopping anyone else. So if England was doing better, then it would be a bigger problem because then they'd be much closer to winning than the rest. But here they can afford for England to just walk into Spain on a timeline, and it's not going to. It's not going to compete with France for the win.
Yes.
Not that France is competing for the win anyway at the moment.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, this is I think really nice play from Vale on this one. Although he is going to have to disband units, right? Because he still has. This is the timeline that he moved everything onto, so he still gets a disband in that way. The upside of that is because he moved this off this timeline immediately before winter, he has 3 builds here without gaining a single supply center. Just 5D things. He's
creating food and no one's there to eat the food.
I'm looking to see if there's anything else interesting here. Russia getting into North Sea is big. They are opening up more expansion than what they currently have. So, yep.
Well, I mean, North Sea, as you will both know, is the region that borders the most other regions on the entire board, and I think is it also the one that borders the most supply centers?
Yes, yeah, it is. I think it has.
So from a 5D perspective, that multiplies that effect quite a lot because that means it also borders an equal number of supply centers in the past and any other timelines up or down.
Yes.
So I think that's a big move and perhaps even more substantial than the English move into Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, and actually it's on the same timeline right here. So it is going to be adjacent to this one and this one, which are both ahead of it.
Yep.
Which is fantastic. Like, you have so many options there. It's next to, I guess, 6 here, 6 here, 6 centers here, and then 6 centers in the past as well.
About 24 centers from one region. Wow.
Yep. Alright, we've got Austria slipping into Naples here as well, losing their homeland again, but it doesn't really matter. I think that's about all we need to talk about there. More fleets from Vale here. And Austria on this timeline, they're not going anywhere. They are they're not getting wiped out at all. This one's very, very solid.
I think Chamber must be using the 1 or 2 good timelines he has that would be good positions in isolation as bases for expansion into random places. Maybe that's the valid strategy.
I think so. This comes from timeline 4, right? Which is this one. It's the place where he got into Venice in the first place. I think he's just
maybe that was the key to all of this. Yeah.
Yeah, because his good timelines are the one where he walks into Venice directly, the one he's split off from the one where he walked into Venice by also walking into Rome, right?
Yep.
I guess this one's a difficult one because he's open to Turkey in the south, so I think it is just those two that are like really solid by themselves. But yeah. Alright. I think that's probably... Or, well, I guess we got this board to do. Ezio, do you want to talk us through this one? Assuming you're still here and haven't fallen asleep.
Still here. No, it's just look. You jump into a board, and I have no time to look at anything. Right? There's kind of a lot. So in this board, I am surprised to see Trieste supporting Tyrolia to hold, and I'm surprised to see Tyrolia supporting Munich to hold. I guess there must be other timeline shenanigans going on because Munich is safe in this timeline. And so I think
it's not even adjacent to any of the boards, so...
Not yet, right? I don't know. So I would have assumed just going for Venice makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they do already own Venice on another timeline, so it doesn't matter that much. But certainly,
yeah, it's not critical. And Munich is the one that I don't think they own another timeline, right?
Probably, yeah. They do manage to slip into Warsaw here as well, which is nice.
Yeah, and I don't know if they own Warsaw on any other timeline, so that's important to note.
Mm-hmm. I think it is just this one. So yeah, are there any other moves that stand out to you?
I mean, France into Irish Sea, obviously. England is exploding, so that's important. Makes sense. France is now in Ruhr and Burgundy, so there is more pressure. And so even though Austria is in Munich now, they're probably going to lose it next year. But, I mean, I don't know. They have them to have retreats, and maybe that army in Munich goes to Kiel, so it's going to be crazy.
Yeah. And this Kiel being open just means they can jump back into Kiel if they really want to, and then have 3 copies of this one army in a line on another timeline. This is like something very fun to do. Just duplicate your army over and over and over again.
If Germany had foreseen this, they would have defended Kiel on this board, but. Does Austria get into Kiel? I can't remember. I don't know whether I saw it on the video.
I guess we'll see it on the next turn, right? But yeah, here, this is a scenario where a self-bounce would have been quite nice between Denmark and Holland. Yep. Just make sure that no one else can invade that spot. But yeah. So I guess we can probably move on from this one, right? Or, Ezio, unless you had anything else to add?
No, I'm happy to go on.
All right. So...
Maybe it's worth mentioning that Turkey has finally taken and held Serbia.
Yes.
So they've finally escaped the box.
Although I really want them to be pushing forwards. I mean, I know you don't really expect Budapest to be open in this scenario. You expect this unit to be coming back and defending it. But they really need to push these armies forward. Like, even just pushing this one to Romania and this one up to Serbia would be really nice. Alright, so let's go to the next phase. You are going to start seeing slight gaps where I didn't manage to screenshot quite everything in the lines, but all the maps are here, I assure you.
And this, if your memory is right, is the penultimate turn.
Let me just check if my memory is right. No, my memory is not right, because the final turn... So I guess the winter turn must also go through. So this is the third to last.
I mean, I'm sure people won't mind if we do these very quickly.
Also, Chamber is trolling us at this point, or trolling me specifically, because the way I was building these screenshots was like just screen grabbing the new parts and going, okay, I'll just add that to my base canvas because all the other moves stay the same. And then, no, I can't do that because Chamber just draws a line all the way across the board. Back to Warsaw in the first fall. So, yeah, that's... my screen is flickering a little bit. That's not great. Alright, so very important move here. Ukraine to the open past Moscow. Right? Again, it's the same kind of stuff we've been seeing from Chamber over and over, with slipping into these past centers that are undefended. Brilliantly effective, and it's the reason he's winning this game. Ezio, is there anything else on this board you want to talk about, or do you think we should move on?
Other than the nasty, ugly, no good move to forever ago that we can't get off our board.
Well, yeah, and the one from Ukraine to Moscow, which is actually good.
Yeah, that one's wonderful. Although, notably, it could have just gone to Ukraine to Moscow in this timeline.
Well, yeah, but you never expect this, right?
No, you don't. And because it's fun and moving back to Moscow in a fall turn, right, it immediately captures it.
Yes.
And so it spawns a timeline where you've already gotten Moscow. And it does. And is Moscow a center they've taken in another timeline?
Nope. This will be the first Moscow. It's down here.
Yeah, that's huge. That's really big.
Yep. Especially when you look at the supply center counts, because Austria is getting rather close.
I think so. I have not seen an Austrian build in a long time, so I think they're not like, yeah. Once again, they're not getting strong on any particular one board. They're just like maintaining their unit count on each board, but moving their units elsewhere.
Yes, it's super effective. I think there was one I saw on like the timeline where they took Venice, but that was about it. Right? It's like this one, where they're very strong, but there's. On the vast majority of the board, they're just throwing their units in whatever directions they can and letting that do the work for them, which is absolutely working. So yeah, sorry, Ezio, did you want to talk about anything else here, or are you...
I think Austria's moves are the ones to spend the most time paying attention to, because obviously Austria is doing the best, and at this point is probably going to win. But if we're just looking at this board for the sake of looking at this board, then I think France is having the time of their life.
Yes. Getting into North Sea is a huge thing, as we mentioned before. It's a fantastic
Yeah, it's a huge thing, and they're in Munich, and they have more armies to bring it up, so things will go quite well.
Yeah. Basically all of these, or almost all of these boards are okay French positions, right? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to have a bad French position when Italy isn't attacking you. This is probably the closest to it that you'll get. But that one is a really nice one just because you've got the momentum. You can start pushing through Germany. Yeah. Nice Russian position too, although I don't...
I mean, I think... yeah, I think the same thing that you just said for France could probably be said for Russia as well. Is there any timeline where Russia is bad?
I don't know that there's anywhere Russia is particularly bad.
I think someone actually said in the video that about maybe that she's strong in every timeline. Okay, yeah, the new one where Moscow's gone is perhaps.
Yeah, I would not want to play this Russia. Just, I think these might be 3 copies of the same unit. No, it's not going to be because it's coming from timeline 1, right? So it's just these 2 that are copies of the same unit. But this is problematic. But in general, yeah, the Russian positions are very strong. Of course, Russia in standard diplomacy is a power that can be taken apart quite quickly, even if it's in a strong position. If everyone on the board gangs up against it, because it's got such a large surface area right against the other powers.
Yep.
But it seems unlikely that people would gang up on it in this game. I was seeing here to see if Germany had strength, but because this is a fleet, they don't really have strength to push in. If this was a double army position, then Russia would be in a less happy spot there. Alright, so I guess we'll move over. These are builds. I don't think we need to focus on builds other than Army Naples. Everyone's favourite.
Okay.
I love that we're finding ways to torture Ezio that aren't 5D diplomacy.
It's still 5D diplomacy. 5D is still torture.
No, the 5D is torture. I'm saying that we're torturing you with regular diplomacy as well, with all of these builds in Naples and moves.
Oh
to
yeah, that
the
too.
North Coast.
Yeah.
We've actually seen less moves to Spain North Coast than I thought there were. Maybe I just hate it so much that
It's too large in your brain.
yeah. Just the 5D aspect that's torturing Ezio is the fact that they can repeat these moves over and over and over again. Because usually, if you have an Italy who builds Army Naples, they don't grow very much more, so they don't get that many more builds.
Guys, this is not to disparage anyone who builds Army Naples. There are tons of times where Army Naples is great, particularly if you're building Army Naples to get it convoyed out. It's a fantastic build in that case.
That is true. Army Naples can be really, really good, but not in this scenario. So, on this board, again, we're seeing Russia get into the North Sea, which is really nice. This one moving around to Armenia. Nothing much happening here, lots of attempted movement, but again, I think the main thing to consider here is if this was an army that Turkey had up here, they'd have a lot more ability to push forward. Now they don't really. I don't know why the Austrian unit tried to support Bulgaria down. That's an interesting one. But Chamber doing this jump again onto the past and putting 2 fleets in Western Med and Tunis, which is.
But this was when everyone else realised that they had to defend Spain.
Yes. And Teddy says that he will fight to the death to keep Chamber out of Spain. And he does, actually. Chamber never takes Spain in any timeline all the way to the end of this game. So,
Tell me he does this by covering Spain North Coast exclusively.
pretty much. I think there's one instance of Teddy going to Spain South Coast.
Atlantic Ocean borders Spain South Coast?
I think possibly he just forgot the coasts were there entirely and clicked on the first thing that he saw when...
Yeah,
I believe it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
When you have
That's
a fleet selected, it should only highlight the coasts that are available. But I think he was probably just mousing over North Coast all the time.
I mean, you don't always pay much attention to what's being highlighted if you're just clicking quickly to put orders in, right? So
Yep.
I would assume that, maybe he just forgot about the coast there. So what timeline would this create? This is one down here. Here we go. Double fleets coming in this way. He doesn't need to build because he's got 4 centers to 4 units because he duplicated the unit. It's a great way of doing it. You don't need home centers in this variant. Alright. So that was this board. We got this one. Again, it's Vale trying to evacuate from that timeline. But
that was last turn again.
What's that? Oh my god!
Sorry.
See, so we're torturing Ezio with repeating the same moves over and over again. We're torturing me by having me not spot that the winter map is the one that I'm supposed to be commentating. So talking through the same thing again.
Has anyone ever gazed into the abyss before? Because this is reminding me of that.
Wait, Oliver, we haven't found a way to torture you with this.
Oh dear. I mean, I tortured myself by making it. Does that count?
Oh, that is true. Yeah, I know how much time
you said you
spent.
wanted to discuss the 2 England disbands, I think, previously.
Oh yeah, Army Burgundy coming off. That's so sad. It was. It's just so good of a position. It's got 4 dots around it. Don't take that off when you've got Army Yorkshire. And yeah, Fleet Gascony is more reasonable to take off because it can only hit Spain North Coast, which we've already discussed is not ideal, and Brest, of course, which is good, but yeah, Burgundy is the one that hurt me inside when I saw this taken off. Yeah. Alright. There's no winter board there this time. This is the second instance of Teddy attempting to support but accidentally issuing a convoy order.
Right.
Which works out in his favour this time, because this fleet would have retreated to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So... something you gotta be super careful of, and is the main reason why you would usually see these fleets positioned on this side, is so that they don't get that nasty retreat off. Otherwise, this timeline is looking really good for France. They're just pushing forward. In fact, this is kind of what you would expect from an England-France alliance, apart from the fighting that's going on over here. So yeah, no cross-timeline movement here, so we're not going to spend much time on it. This is a winter phase. He gets his builds!
All fleets.
Yes! I really like all fleets here. I think you're never going to get the army off the off the mainland, off the British mainland. So you just go all in on the navy. Britannia rules the waves. All right. What else have we got? This one. Now they are fed up of ordering Skagerrak to Baltic, so they are instead going to order Heligoland to Baltic. Oh boy. Well, Teddy vastly improves his position by moving away from Spain north coast again. And this is timeline where Austria is doing pretty well, consolidating the position here, giving up Romania, but I'm sure he has it on some other timeline somewhere. And I question disbanding this fleet instead of retreating it to Ionium, but honestly, as Italy on this timeline, you don't care very much. This is a death timeline for you. Alright, more builds. Attempted build here, which does not go through.
At least it wasn't attempted in Naples.
This is true. Yep. These are more builds. I think we can skip over these builds. Although I remember Vale saying that he hated people recreating Winter 1902 because it was somewhere where he's doing really badly. He gets all the builds. It's at least you get triple fleet out of it. And fleet Spain North Coast, not Spain North Coast. Oh god, St. Petersburg North Coast, much more useful province. Alright. Vale taking... Wait, that's... yeah, that is the correct phase. Vale taking that Wales army off. Good idea here. Keeping the strong position against France. And Turkey trying to disband units that they don't need to disband. So another good check.
I thought of that. You can't outsmart me. I thought of that.
Another check of Oliver's coding here, which worked quite well. Alright. Lots of invasion on the Austrian homeland here. And France getting into another North Sea, which is nice for them.
Well, I think, is that France's first North Sea?
I think they just took it in Timeline 1 as well. Was it Timeline? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. God, there's so many timelines I'm already forgetting what's happening.
Yep, now I have to find where I was there again. Here we go. And Germany getting Vienna as well. I think at the end of the game, Germany actually has a pretty decent SC count, and it's because of stuff like this, right? Going out into various other regions.
I suppose they've seen that they've been the main recipient of Austria's moves into their centres. So maybe Dino just realised from seeing Austria do it so much to him that was the way to go forward in this game.
Very, very possibly, yeah. And then the rest of these are just generated timelines, so we can move to the next phase if you guys are good with that.
Yep.
Alright, we got more timelines, guys.
Tell me this is the penultimate one, please.
Okay, we are on timeline 18. The game ends with 21 timelines, so this is the penultimate phase here.
This, for sure, is the penultimate one.
I actually really love what Vale does here with Wales. Right? It's moving back, but not in the same way that Chambers' units moved back. It's moving back to counter a move against him on the previous timeline, which then creates a new timeline where Teddy never got into Wales. It doesn't...
And
Sorry, go on.
It's leaving that army to be attacked and ultimately disbanded on that timeline, but that timeline is already kind of gone with the fleet in Wales. So yeah, I definitely agree that it's the smart thing to do to split a timeline that's not quite as bad before the bad things happened.
Yes. I do also just like the story of the British army being sent back in time to save their past selves and then dying, right? Alright, so that's the only cross-timeline move we see here. Everything else is just kind of internal board. Do either of you want to talk about anything here or not? I'm kind of...
Alright, so look, this is timeline 1, where we see Turkey slip into Sevastopol with a fleet, which is bad news for Russia, also losing Black Sea while taking Ankara. So that's really not very good. Russia was in great shape, but now maybe not. And in this timeline, France is crushing. So if this game if this game continued, I would expect France to absolutely dominate, maybe en route to a literal solo, because France is looking unstoppable. So that's my analysis of this timeline.
Yeah. I mean, we call France the strongest power in the game, and it is very strong for a reason.
Yeah, so on the board that has the least time travel shenanigans going on with it directly, France is just slowly steamrolling its way to a victory.
And also a reminder that whenever anyone does time travel shenanigans on this board, usually it takes their army off this board and puts it on a new timeline, right? So the fact that France hasn't been doing any means that they have never lost momentum on this board.
Maybe that is a valid alternate strategy then, because if you stick just to timeline 1 and just play normal diplomacy, then gradually everyone else will at some point leave timeline 1, and you may not be able to get into the place that they left immediately, but at least you'll be able to position yourself better to do it. It clearly wasn't fast enough for France in this situation.
Yes. I think it's probably not a strategy that would beat out someone actually using the timelines, right? But it is... It feels like it is slowly getting him a pretty strong position. But yeah, and yes, I guess that's more or less everything to talk about there. We've got some attempted timeline movement here that isn't valid again. We've got Chamber trying to go out to attack Spain again in a separate timeline because he didn't get it in that one, and slowly losing his homeland, but again, does not really care about that. This is actually another timeline where France is doing very, very well. I wonder if you look at the timelines, the ones where France is doing well are all the ones where people have been moving away from.
Yeah.
Seems kind of likely, because it's this one as well, right? It's just
France is just there to fill the vacuum.
Yeah.
That'd be fun to see. It would be like a count of everyone's total supply centers amongst all of the current timelines, not the distinct ones. Obviously not particularly useful, but it'd be neat to just be like, hey, look, we think that France and Russia are doing well on a lot of these boards. They might have a lot of total supply centers, but because they're the same supply centers in so many of these boards, that's why they don't end up winning.
Yeah, I think France maybe did have a chance if on timeline 2 they just went south instead of north. Although maybe the reason that they're doing so well is because they went north and killed England. It's like difficult to tell. But yeah, alright, so moving down to timeline 3. Wait, did Vale do the same thing?
Yeah, he did a similar thing, didn't he? But this time with Liverpool.
Oh, which is actually
He's created another
better.
timeline where he's defended himself slightly better.
Yeah, see, I think it's a good strategy in terms of it puts you in a better position than you would be otherwise, but actually when I'm thinking about it now, do you want to create lots of timelines where your homeland is under threat? This is, surely you want to create timelines from the ones that you're doing well in, or where your units are in position to fan out. So maybe this wasn't as good as I thought it was. But it's very cool.
I mean, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in the game, England is not winning, right?
No, they're too far behind.
But yeah.
It's definitely Austria's game to lose at this point, and I don't think because it's so hard to defend anything, like you would have to have everyone else working together and finding some way to cover every possible place that Austria could move to. And there's just too many of them.
Because you can't like aggressively try to take stuff from him either. Because trying to like just take Sevastopol from him in every timeline is just so hard.
Yeah, you have to find the couple of centers that he only has in one timeline and push him out of those, I guess.
Yeah, but a lot of those are like Tunis in a random timeline, but he's not actually. You can't actually take Tunis easily in some of these timelines because there's nothing adjacent. Because he successfully slipped in there, and there's no one to stop it. Or like where he's in Moscow, like he can support himself still in Ukraine and stuff, and like oh god.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really hard to dislodge him. And also, when we've seen in like the actual playtest games, people try and react to a threat of someone running away with the game, right? Quite often what happens is then the person in second place just leapfrogs them at the last, as the board is trying to do that, and just wins. Because it is still a race. You're just holding the person in first back so the second place can win.
I think, yeah, a 5D diplomacy game played optimally would have everyone arrive 18 centers at the same time. Because, the victory condition is 18 unique centers, unless there is someone else with 18 unique, in which case the game continues until there is a single person who has the outright majority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't know if we've ever seen that tie happen.
It almost happened in one of the playtests, but I think, it was like 1918 or something.
Ah, right. I think it would be quite.
Sorry, the game made it to 1918.
Sorry, not 1918 year. Someone was on 19 and another person was on 18.
Okay.
I
Thank
see.
God. I was worried. No.
I don't want to think about how many timelines we created.
This is a 1904 game, right here. Just saying.
So someone in the 5D Diplomacy Discord did a calculation for the maximum number of possible timelines that could be created, factoring in Jurassic convoys and so forth. And you were quick. I think by 1910 they were in the millions quite easily.
Yeah, because it's exponential growth, right? And because there's no duplicates, you don't have to worry about that.
I mean, at diplomacy boards, there's only finitely many possible states it could have. There's a lot of them, but it's still finite.
There's quite a lot. This is
but
especially
again,
since you can have an arbitrary amount of units from each power on each board, right?
Yep.
Usually it's limited by the number of supply centers they own, but not in 5D. God.
Yeah.
Alright, I should start talking through these again. This is another convoy that they didn't enter the move for, but it wouldn't have mattered because they dislodge North Sea. And North Sea disbands, which is really sad because it should have retreated into Edinburgh. But yeah, that's... I think, actually, Russia had a decent chance at taking this. Well, okay, no. They're too far behind. But Russia is definitely up there in terms of what they take, particularly because they snipe things like Ankara and start going into the Austrian dots and Balkans in some of the timelines down here. Maybe not the timelines down here. Some of them, they get them. Don't know where it is. Anyway, there's no time travel shenanigans going on here, except Aegean into this Smyrna. So again, it's Chamber looking at a unit going, what center is adjacent to this that I can snipe? And taking that on the separate timeline.
Yep.
This is why he won.
Yes. I mean, it's not spoilers at this point to say that he wins this.
Yeah. Well, I would hope that people have watched the Veil video first, but hey.
No, they came direct for the Diplostrat analysis.
It is true. We are boosting Valefisk on this channel. We're making sure that he gets plenty of subscribers. Oh yeah, Oliver, I hope you appreciate the exposure that we're giving you as well.
If you want occasional slightly diplomacy adjacent content and lots of other content that is very much not that, come to my channel.
Yeah, I highly recommend Oliver's video essays. I kind of assume that everyone who knows diplomacy has seen your Game of Knife video, but if they haven't, go ahead and watch Oliver Lugg's Diplomacy: The Game of Knife. It's an excellent video. And I also
I got confirmation from Novel in my comment section that that video was the reason that Valefisk started playing diplomacy in the first place. So all of this is my fault, and
Jesus
that hurts.
Christ.
Look at what you have condemned us through through your excellent video essays. Alright, so Germany has taken St. Petersburg and Warsaw in this timeline. Actually, this is a really nice German timeline. Where did this come from? They've got 3 builds!
Wait, it took Denmark as well.
Yeah.
It just walked into it.
Bloody hell. Right, I would not have looked at this position and thought, oh yeah, this is the one where Germany is going to do really well.
Wait, what does Germany walk into Denmark? Isn't Kiel... No, okay, great, yeah, cool.
Yep, and Russia and France bounced over Munich, which is a big issue here.
On this angle, it looks like Germany's in jail, and the red lines are prison bars. And I've never empathized so closely with that feeling.
It's fine, the torture will end soon. This is the penultimate turn.
Alright, I'm just going to keep talking through these very quickly. In fact, I'm just going to skip the ones where I don't see... like time travel that's valid over over the boards, just because, well, especially because that's not a board I should be looking at anyway. Oh my god! Yeah,
we'll leave all the normal diplomacy as an exercise to the viewer at this point, I think.
Yes. I guess actually I will say Turkey getting into Tunis is nice. They finally get out of that area. Then. Again, nothing really happening here that's important. Vale actually does manage to get one of the armies off his homeland, which is something. This doesn't work because the fleet needs to be on the same coast, so Italy does get into Smyrna in this timeline as well. Going down to this one, we see Vale doing the patented Vale strategy of trying to get his fleets out of this timeline onto timeline 1 this time. But, of course, it does not work. There's very little that's happening here. I'm kind of curious why Turkey tried to support hold Serbia in the future when they were never going to be there, because the unit that would have to get there is this army. But
perhaps, well, there was a bounce in Serbia in the previous turn, right? So maybe they were hoping that one of them would have gotten in there.
That seems possible. If they thought that Chamber was, or that... Wait, yeah. Who would they even want to support?
I don't know, because if Chamber had gotten in, there's no way to stop him, and if Novel had gotten in, there's no way to stop him, because all of the other Austrian units are fleets there.
Yeah. I think probably what happened is this unit misclicked and was trying to support itself into Serbia.
Could have done.
Yeah. Anyway, more Turkish gains here, but again, they're the same gains that they've got elsewhere, so doesn't really matter. This one, Turkey making sure that they get Serbia in this timeline by adding 2 extra supports onto it. I like that one.
Yeah, I think perhaps they were worried that Austria would add more supports as well, but that's a largely Austria NMR timeline. Turns out.
Yep, I think this was the point where they were starting to shout at Chamber saying, "Get your orders in, mate. This is taking too long."
Oh, hold on. Was that a failed move to Spain North Coast there?
Oh yeah, Ezio. Time to bring you back on. Can we have our Spain North Coast facts, please?
Spain North Coast hurts to look at because the provinces that Spain North Coast can go to are not very good. Gascony, for example, is a terrible province to have a fleet, and that is one of the only 3 provinces that Spain North Coast borders. We can talk about Fleet Gascony next.
Alright, thank you, Ezio Factbot. You can now go back to sleep as we continue looking over this. Alright, again, this is, I think, a Vale attempted evacuation, and here we actually have Maybe trying to move stuff up, but again, fails for the same reason. The important move here, well, Turkey actually making gains here as well, and actually getting into Budapest, which is nice for them. And Russia getting into Munich, which I think adds another dot for them. Austria going into Kiel on this timeline. And so this unit has now been duplicated to here and to here.
It's the Doctor Who special where they had all 13 doctors arrive at the same time. That's what's happening there.
Yes, exactly. I should say, again, if you have I say again, I haven't said this before, if you have a very keen eye, you may have noticed that this never actually happened in the game itself. This was me accidentally ordering a retreat to Albania in another timeline and frantically trying to find a way to fix the unit positions. So you'll see that this was actually a valid build, because this unit didn't exist. But, and then I have them move here where a Rome unit should have moved up to Tuscany. This is just in case anyone was going through with a fine-tooth comb, me covering this.
I think we can forgive you, it's fine.
Yes, it doesn't change anything at all, because these units don't really matter in the end game. Alright, so moving on down to this timeline, we do actually have a fair bit of cross-timeline movement here.
Is this an example? We finally have an example of two boards that are moving together synchronously.
Yes.
So none of these moves split off a timeline. All of them resolve as if it's just two diplomacy boards grouted together.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about any specific moves here, or just the general way that they work together?
There's too many of them. So the move from Trieste into Budapest interests me. I don't think Italy actually have Budapest anywhere in any other timeline.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct. So that is really nice for them to gain. I guess
at the same time is that... Oh no, that's Russia getting into Trieste. Well,
they just swap places.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Alright, and then Vale actually takes Kiel on this timeline, which I don't think he has anywhere else, so it's a nice move from here to here.
Yep.
Sadly, his move from London to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean is not valid.
Yeah, that's just normal diplomacy adjacencies coming back to bite you there.
Yep. Alright. Well, I guess we'll stop talking about this one. Although, yeah, it is super interesting once we get two parallel timelines, but as mentioned, it happens so close to the end of the game. These don't continue moving forward for very long. We have builds here, which I'm going to completely ignore because there's no very funny ones to torture Ezio with. Oh, that's a fleet. That's a shame.
That's a shame. Wait, is that one a fleet?
No,
yes,
it's not.
Yes.
Ezio, can we get a live Ezio reaction to this image, please?
About what? This Army Naples?
Yeah.
This was fine.
Yeah, it's
I
not
like this one.
a bad one.
Yeah. I got excited for nothing there.
It's because it can go here, though, right? I mean...
Yeah. That's a fleet on the east coast, or north coast? Sorry, that's north coast.
East
coast? East coast, yeah.
East coast.
I hate how it's east coast and south coast. Like, whatever.
Some
it's
countries
on the
are
east
shaped
coast
like
of Bulgaria, and so it doesn't mess with Greece, and so Greece can support the convoy over, and so you can have a nice convoy and still probably take Serbia this year. So I really like this army.
Okay, that's sad. I was kind of hoping it would annoy you. Alright.
Not yet.
And none of these other timelines have progressed, so we have officially reached the end of this one. And then, from this point, I'm gonna need to move to the actual app itself. Because I couldn't be bothered putting these ones in paint. Which means I don't have the mappers' names on this one, but I'll flash them up on the screen at this point for the last phases that we had. So, as you can see, Austria wins. Austria gets to 19 on this turn.
Yeah, I think the important thing here is to identify which were the last centres they got.
Yes, so it's nothing on this timeline, right? They this is an invalid order that they're trying to order. It's another one of those chamber specials of moving it across a million timelines to make my job harder. So they do actually lose Sevastopol on this timeline, but I feel like they probably gain it elsewhere. In fact, Austria dies on this timeline. I feel like that's a fitting
The
end.
sacrifice is worth it.
Is that timeline 2 or timeline 1?
That's timeline 2. Timeline 1 they're still
Hilarious.
alive in. Just about. But I think the strategy that Chamber is using deliberately makes you weak on the first few timelines, right? You're very likely to die on those because they're the ones that are going to progress the furthest forward and where you're moving armies away from. So, yeah. I did want to mention, in 5D Diplomacy, you can actually get eliminated completely from the game and then get resurrected, which is a really
Yes, that hasn't happened yet in any games I've seen, but I'm excited for it to happen.
Oh my god, that poor player who gets eliminated, the only joy they get out of it is they don't have to play this nonsense anymore, and then to get brought back from the dead to say, we're not through with you yet. Oh, the agony.
This one's a build phase, so we can ignore it, given it's the final turn. This one, it looks like Chamber didn't take anything more on this timeline. Again, Valefisk tries to evacuate, but again, it's not a valid evacuation.
I like the mental image of all of them just running into time portals, and it turns out the time portal is a brick wall.
That's fantastic. I feel like that's an illustration that Lady Razor would want to make. You could just replace your like front page of 5D Diplomacy with that one on April Fool's Day.
If anyone from the Diplomats is watching, then yeah, let Lady Razor know. We'll see whether they want to make it.
God. I might just go and ask them myself, to be honest. This one was a build phase again, so we can ignore it. This one... there's a slip into Berlin, and it's not even a cross-timeline slip into Berlin. They just walk in.
Is Germany NMR?
Yes, so I think a lot of these final boards, they NMR because halfway through, Chamber says, I think I can win on this turn, and they all go, oh my god, we can stop playing this, and hit the submit button.
The only way out is to lose because you're not allowed to resign.
Well, I think that's very, very true for like all of Valefisk's experiments.
I feel like calling them experiments is kind and understating.
Yeah, probably.
Did you see this, like, his absurd Monopoly game where they, like, have two boards of Monopoly and one feeds the other one?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I said this in my reaction video, right? They're all complaining about this game, but they must be used to this. This is normal for Valefisk's friends.
I think this was like so much better than any of the others because it only lasted 2 hours.
Exactly.
It's also, like, kind of fun.
Yes.
Like, a little bit, maybe.
There we go. Oliver, there's your review to put on the box. It's kind of
it's good to
fun,
know that
but
I've won Ezio over with this game.
Look, I definitely am more interested in playing this now than I was when I heard about the concept of 5D diplomacy.
Good.
That's good. That's another quote for your box. Okay. Anyway, Chamber takes St. Petersburg in this timeline. Again, I'm actually surprised at the number of centers he's taking just without going cross-timeline. He's just walking into them. But I guess that's what happens when you know that your opponents are probably NMRing, right?
Yeah.
Trieste...
I mean, he was being generous to them by not creating so many timelines that the game would lag too much.
Yeah. Trieste does slip into Serbia on the previous timeline, and I think he'd lost Serbia on almost every timeline, so that might have been important. Here, he's moving a GNC into Constantinople.
Yeah.
That is another vital move, because it's going to provide another timeline where he owns that. Because the first time I looked through this, I thought he won without any of the Turkish centres, but now that I'm looking at it, I think he won with Smyrna and Constantinople as a result of these kind of moves. If we go down, he didn't take anything here, really. Here he did take Sevastopol, but that doesn't matter, he already owns that. This one, he's...
Oh, this was the classic Timeline 12 blunder.
Yes!
Finally!
So the classic Timeline 12 blunder is they thought was the move from Western Med to Mid-Atlantic Ocean because it looks like it doesn't connect. But it does connect. There's a thing called the Strait of Gibraltar over here that lets them go through.
If anyone goes to the Strait of Gibraltar or Gibraltar anytime soon and can record themselves saying that they've made a Timeline 12 blunder there, I will give them all of the internet points.
Oh, I really want to see that now. I don't think I know anyone in Gibraltar. This is...
How long is the flight from London or Heathrow down to, like, Madrid?
You don't need to go to Madrid. You can just go to Gibraltar directly, right?
There's an airport there?
Maybe? Maybe I'm mistaken, but... It's certainly not very long. You could probably get there quite cheap. I think I remember there's a Tomska video where he and I know it because I remember it very firmly because it's actually I shouldn't say that. I've been to some of the locations that are in the video in that they're quite near where I am, but the at the end one of them goes to Gibraltar, right? They're trying to get as far away from England, well, from their starting location as they can in 24 hours. So, yeah, it's a very good video.
Just do that, and then when you're there, say classic Timeline 12 blunder. And all will be well in the world. There we are.
Yes. All right. There's another St. Petersburg take, but here it doesn't actually take it because it's a full turn. Well, it's moving to a full turn. Mm-hmm. Here, there's another take on Munich. I don't know if they needed Munich again, probably not. There's another few winter 1903s. I think there's probably another winter 1902 here. No, maybe it's... Oh, it's over here. Okay. There's another take on Warsaw in this timeline. And then here was the generated board where he took Kiel and Warsaw. Duplicating that.
Constantinople. Yeah.
Oh yes, and Constantinople. That was the important one. And then down here we get another resultant board from some shenanigans he'd done. I guess his move into Serbia wasn't actually on the full turn, so it didn't matter. And then here we have Timeline 21, the final timeline. And if we zoom out, since we are in the actual web app, I can actually show the whole thing here.
It's struggling.
It struggles when you zoom out a lot, right? When you're zooming in, it's very good and smooth, even with so many things around.
If you have ideas on how to improve the performance of a React web app with this many SVGs being rendered at the same time, then please let me know. I've tried several things and none of them have worked yet.
Alright, so yeah, congratulations, Chamber. That has been our commentary of how you won 5D diplomacy. Before we wrap up here, Ezio, any final thoughts on the game?
I just want to confirm that our analysis of the game was like twice as long as the actual game, right?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Yep. Alright. Well,
oh my God,
I can understand why they wanted out after 2 hours. Good job, Chamber. Thanks for ending it faster. I don't know how rough this would have been if it had gone on another year.
Fantastic.
Can you just click on the drop-down next to Austria so we can see all the centres they ended up with?
Oh, yes, I forgot you can do this. So Budapest, Serbia, Greece, Vienna, Romania, Moscow. In fact, I should zoom into a map and actually show people where these are as we do it. So, he basically has this entire area, I think. Does he have... He's got Sevastopol, he's got Warsaw, and he's got Moscow and St. Pete. So he has all of the Russian centers. he has everything on here, right? He has Naples as well. He's got Greece and... Does he have Bulgaria? He does not have Bulgaria.
Wow. So he managed to take Constantinople, but not Bulgaria.
Yeah, so he gets Constantinople, and he gets Smyrna, and he gets Tunis. And then he's got these two here, right? Or maybe all three.
No, he was kicked out of Berlin. No, he doesn't. He was kicked out to Berlin, but he got it elsewhere anyway.
Yeah. So the 3 German centers, the 4 Russian centers, a few of the Turkish centers, and this and Greece, and then these ones here is one over what you need for a solo.
Mm.
And you can see the next highest player is at 13 out of 18, so no one else was even close, really. It shows you how effective that strategy of just finding the territory that's open and walking into that territory really is.
Yeah.
See dot, take dot, 5D wins games. Beautiful.
Yes. Alright, Oliver, do you have any closing thoughts on the game?
Well, I guess for me, this is the conclusion of my 5D diplomacy journey. I thought died a long time ago, and then continued spluttering on for a bit against my will in some cases. But yeah, I'm not planning to make any significant changes to 5D diplomacy moving forward. I will accept performance improvements or some like visual niceties and stuff. So if you want to go to the code base and look at that, then yeah, that'd be appreciated. If you want to try other variations of rule sets, then you can fork off of that, and maybe if one gets popular, then I'll designate that to new 5D diplomacy, because I have run out of brain power to process 5D diplomacy, I think. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely amazing to watch Valefisk play it. It's been amazing, if it completely exhausting, to analyze it on this channel. So thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very, very much for making the variant in the first place. It is an incredible variant. I feel like I should have played it more than I have. It's just like, it takes a lot of brain power to play, and over...
Yep.
Especially, I think I just don't like playing it long form. I feel like I'd be very, very happy playing it the way Valefisk did, where it's, very fast and you're entering turns all the time. But when you have to analyze everything on the board, it kind of becomes too much brain power.
I definitely realised that would be the ideal way to play it early on, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But it's an absolutely fantastic variant. I kind of like how mathematically it works, I guess. How beautifully this fits into the diplomacy rule set, in that you don't even need to adjust the adjudicator very much to make this happen. And yeah, I mean, thanks for bringing it to life. Thank you as well to Valefisk for delving into the world of diplomacy again, and for shouting us out on your channel. That was pretty awesome and kind of surreal. And yeah, Oliver, thank you very much for joining us for a 4-hour-long commentary.
I am so hungry right now. But I stuck it out. We all stuck it out. Well done.
Yep.
And very well done as well for the Herculean effort of entering all of those orders, and to all of the people who helped on the Diplostrats Discord for just figuring out what those orders were. Yes,
thank you very, very much for that. And you have reminded me now that I should probably say, if you're looking to play diplomacy, if you're looking to play normal diplomacy, you should join the Diplostrats Discord in the description below. If you're looking to play 5D diplomacy, there is also a Discord server for that. We'll link that below as well.
Why would you play regular diplomacy when you could play 5D diplomacy?
I know, right? It's so much better. Yeah. So, Oliver, when is 5D Imperial diplomacy happening?
I created it on a different timeline, okay?
A timeline where you have gone completely insane. Alright. So we will wrap up the commentary there. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, and we will see you next time.